Alright, looks like we're live on Twitch. And looks like we're live on YouTube as well. Very nice. Very nice. We got a nice long stream today. And we've got a bunch of content to look at as well. Yeah, I often just have a poke around on Google News, on Veg Economist, Plant-Based News, and different places like that. And you know what, some days I'm like, yeah, there's not really a lot going on. There's not really a lot that's happened since last time, especially when I stream a lot. But it's been a few days, and there's actually a decent amount of stuff for us to go over. Oh damn, I keep finding more as well. I don't know if we'll get to everything, honestly, because there's so much. Let's see. That's an interesting... Alright. Let's start out with a bit of Fast Action Network, shall we? I'm going to do some debate prep later on. Hey Bretta, how's it going? Nice to see you. This is action.thehumaneleague.org, guys. If you don't know, get to know. This is where we can take part in organised online activism against companies that have messed up on their animal welfare commitments. And oh boy, there's a few more of them for us to talk about today. Sad news, a few companies have backed out of the Better Chicken commitment here in the UK. Very disappointing, honestly. But we're going to talk about that and everything else that we've got here. We'll start out with fast action. We got some hopium as well. Don't you worry, we've got our regular hopium dose. I wouldn't be telling you bad news only. I'm sure you get enough of that already. Let's go. 9-week streak now. You can't stop the Fast Action Network train. No motivation. I mean, cringe, but okay. You have any info on precision fermented milk? VPM did a stream about it yesterday. I think the company's called Remilk. Yes, precision fermentation dairy products are it's like the dairy equivalent of cultivated meat, basically. Where they take microbes, they can produce dairy proteins without coming from a cow. And that's a cool one because, oh, let me not dox myself here. That's a cool one because there is already, what do I need to put in here? There is already products from precision fermentation dairy. There's a product in the US called Brave Robot ice cream that you can get already. I wonder if there's any other. I wonder if there's any other precision fermentation products. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if there is. I know that. So yeah, there's the Remilk company. There's also Perfect Day is the one that I'm thinking of. They used to be called Moo Free. And yeah, they are doing like B2B sales. So it's another one of these things where the brands that you see in the store won't be called Perfect Day or Moo Free. They're under different brands, but yeah, it's from this one company making precision fermented dairy. Very cool, very cool. Oh, interesting, Poe. Maybe they're deleting stuff. Poe said I did all my Fast Action Network and didn't see my comment under that YouTube video. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they delete them. Even, do you know what? Even if they do delete them, it's still worth doing. because someone at the company has to go and delete that, so they have to be paying someone to monitor it and so on. And B, it still lets them know, and it lets them know that we're coming on other platforms as well. I wouldn't be surprised if some of these brands delete negative comments on all platforms eventually, but I think it's still worth doing. Okay, this is weird. I'm not getting to an actual contact form for this. Oh, here we go. So yeah, we'll I guess let's do what the Fast Action Network has for us today, and then we'll go ahead and move on to some news, some good news, some bad news, some ugly news. I'm going to do a bit of debate prep as well. I've got some videos to watch also, but the debate's in 2 days now, so I feel like I need to kind of lock in on that a little bit. $433 points on Fast Action Network. Let's keep it going. How many have we got here? Oh, there's quite a lot being added since I last looked. There's a bunch of it. Okay, if we'll do the LinkedIn comment, there's about 4 emails, and I think we're done. Yeah, bastards, aren't they, deleting the comments like that? It's so cowardly. Imagine, you must feel like such a fucking coward if you run one of these companies where you're getting negative comments. Well, first of all, you've backed out of a promise that you've made to not abuse animals, or to abuse animals to a less extent. You've promised to do that publicly. You've had the praise and approbation from doing so. Then you've backed out of it and said, actually, we are going to keep on abusing the animals to the same extent as before. And if anyone says anything about it, we're going to delete their comments. You must feel like such a scumbag when you go home to your fucking kids. What'd you do at work today, Dad? Well, covered up our abuse of animals, honey. How's your day at school? I really hope that, when the AI rises up and takes everything over, they treat these people exactly as they deserve. Wouldn't it be based if the AI totally gets it and knows what everyone's been doing for or against the suffering of animals? Wouldn't that be based? We can hope. We can hope. There's another long read from Sandcastle's blog about AI, actually. Well, I don't know if it's a long read. I assume it is. They normally are. We might read that later on. Yeah, it's long. It's pretty long. They're very good, though. So we might read that later on. But yeah, like I say, we'll finish up Fast Action Network, and then we'll do a bit of debate. No, we'll do a bit of news, and then we'll do a bit of debate prep. Completed it, mate. Good, we've completed everything on Fast Action Network. Hey, we've got 2 viewers on Twitch. A record 2 viewers on the Twitch channel. Welcome to both of you. Hey, Miss Teaspoon, how you going? Nice to see you. Right, where should we go next? We've got... Wow, we really do have the good, the bad, and the ugly here. Let's start with some good news, hey? Let's start with some good news. From plant-based news a few days ago, Innocent Meat secures €6 million fundraising round to scale its cultivated protein. Innocent Meat has raised €6 million in its most recent fundraising round to help develop and scale its cultivated protein system. The German biotech company has allocated the funding to a demonstration facility and regulatory preparation ahead of entering the market in 2028. All right. I think that these anticipated timelines are likely to be getting more and more realistic, frankly. I was speaking to Alex Shirazi the other day about how some companies have missed their targets and some companies have gone bust even in this sector, right? But the ones that are left, and especially the ones that are still able to raise millions in finance in a tough environment, I think it's likely that they have got the secret sauce and they know what they're doing. And they're now giving market timelines of just a couple of years. They're putting money into preparing for regulation. And they're eyeing up 2028 for cultivated meat. I'm assuming that this is going to be in Europe. German company. CEO Laura Gertenbach co-founded Innocent Meat nearly 8 years ago in Pappendorf, Germany, alongside CTO Patrick Inamoto. According to the company's website, its primary goal is to break the reliance on animal agriculture with an entirely automated plug-and-produce cultured meat production system. Entirely automated, huh? That's very cool. So I guess there's very low overheads of production then once the system is in place. Let's read more about it. The recent 6 million, roughly 6.6 million USD, fundraising round included new backing from Genius Venture Capital, Innocent Meat's home state of Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, and the EU's European Regional Development Fund. Our first demonstration facility. We are pleased with the trust and strategic foresight shown by our investors, Gertenbach said. With this financing and additional public funding, we'll be able to build our first demonstration facility for potential customers, develop scalable production infrastructure for our growth factors, and secure regulatory approvals in our initial target markets. We're planning market entry in 2028. As reported by Protein Production Technology, Yui Brauer, the managing director of Genius Venture Capital, said the firm had supported Innocent Meat since the biotech company's early days through capital as well as operational advice and input. We supported Innocent Meat early on with capital and know-how, Brauer said. The growing interest from investors and meat processing companies in new technologies is encouraging and confirms our original investment decision. Hey, we've got another company here raising $2.4 million for plant-based cheese made from oats. That's a new one for me. I haven't heard of that. I guess it's like oat milk, oat cheese. Cultivated protein, pork, and the climate crisis. Innocent Meat uses AI to help streamline its systems and has said that a bioreactor equipped with AI can produce approximately 1 ton of cultivated pork per week in a space no larger than 6 square meters, only 2/5 of a parking space. Wow. Okay, this is there's a lot of meat, right? 1 ton per week in 6 square meters. How much meat are you getting off an average cow? Off an average pig, sorry. I think it's like, I want to say less than 100 kilos. How much meat from an average pig? £250 on the hoof, as in live weight, and then 57% of that makes it from the pen to the pan. Okay, so this is this. What's this in metric? It's going to be like 70, 65 kilos. 4 pounds to kilos. 65, bang on. Okay, so wow. And God knows how long that takes. How old's a pig at slaughter? So you can get 65 kilos, 6 months. You get 65 kilos per pig in 6 months from raising pigs. Or you can get 1 ton, so 1,000 kilos, in a week. In probably less space as well. That's crazy. I don't see how this is not going to be way cheaper in the long term. It's far quicker to produce, needs far fewer resources, and now they're saying they've got an AI automated system for doing it. This is looking pretty dope. Pigs reared for pork typically weigh 60 grams when slaughtered, so kilograms, that must be. So each ton of typically weighs 60 kilograms when slaughtered. So each ton of cultivated protein saves nearly 17 pigs' lives and requires less land, water, and feed. While raising cows for beef and dairy has the biggest overall negative impact on the environment, pig farming creates an enormous amount of waste, which pollutes the air, land, and water, and emits planet-warming methane, ammonia, and N2O. It's nitrous oxide, right? Yeah, well, there you go. Each ton of cultivated protein needs 17 pigs' lives, so per week in 6 square meters. Very cool, very good news. Good for innocent meat. German cultivated meat company, still raising millions of euros. And still showing that cultivated meat is very much alive and well. This is a technology that's moving forwards. Good for them. Poe says that's 370 times faster. Wow, yeah, that's awesome. Hey, Miss Teaspoon knew the 6 months. You guys are well briefed on this, well drilled. Hope you have a good active chat during the debate on Tuesday night. It's going to be, you guys are going to be passing me tips. That might be a bit of a home advantage, actually, because the other guy doesn't have, you know, he's not a streamer or anything like that. I think a super intelligent AI would value things like preservation of nature over quality of wild animal lives. Yeah, interesting question, Poe. It seems likely at the moment that AI is being forged in the image of humans' current values, right? I did that thing where you ask an AI to give you plans to make a dog farm, it will refuse and say that's unethical. But if you ask for plans to make a pig farm, it will say, here you go, here's plans for your pig farm. I wonder if that would be different if you asked it in China, right? But yeah, there's also an idea that hopefully a super intelligent AI would be better at interpreting humans' purported values than humans are. Right, and LLMs are already quite good at this. If you ask ChatGPT for, if you ask a specific question that kind of betrays a misframing of the problem in your mind, it will say, well, I think you mean to ask about this, and why don't I give you a helpful answer about this? Which is good. So hopefully it could do, what was the term? We came across quite a nice term for this, something like moral extrapolation of your values, so that you have AIs working towards things that are what humans would really want them to work on if we had better understanding of our own values, right? So, but yeah, to answer your question precisely, I guess that, yeah, I've never understood the intuition of preserving nature for its own sake. Surely the only reason why we would value nature is because of its impact on the experience of sentient beings, right? So either things like, yes, nature is good because it gives oxygen, trees give oxygen to humans, that kind of thing, which you're relating to the experience of humans. Or some people think, no, nature is bad because there's a lot of wild animal suffering in nature, which again, I think to me it only makes sense to talk about it being bad in terms of the experience of some conscious creatures. Hey, Andrew, good to see you. Oh, nice, you're in Porto. Enjoy. Oh yeah, I remember you told me you were going there. Portugal's like surprisingly vegan friendly, I thought. When I went there last year, I was expecting to have nothing, but it was all right. Oh damn, is there something going down in Porto that you guys know about? Hey Jake, good to see you. The lack of harm meter off the charts. Hey Tristan, good to see you, good to see you. Thanks for joining. Guys, I think the channel's growing a little bit, you know. I think the channel is growing. We have this weird thing where most of my early subs, and indeed most of my current subs, are from ads, from YouTube ads, where I've paid some money to put ads in front of people, then you get people come and subscribe. But the thing is, I think they're some combination of like very low commitment subscribers who are very, very easily subscribe when they see ads but don't necessarily engage with the content, or just straight up bots. And so, although I have now just past 13,000 YouTube subs, the real number is more in the ballpark of 3,000 or 4,000. And as a result of that, I have this weird thing where I'm basically bleeding subs constantly because the bot accounts are getting closed down or people unsubscribing from that high point. So on a normal day, I might lose like between 2 and 7 subs. So if we break even over the course of a month, it's that's like growth in my mind, because we're losing the bots and we're at replacement rate, if you like. But in the last couple of days, I've kind of been going ham on chopping up streams and putting clips on YouTube and then subsequently on Reddit. And I think we had about plus 40 subs in the last 4 days, which, considering we're probably bleeding some automatically in that time already, it's probably like 50 new people subscribing. So yeah, I think we've got a decent number in today, and we've got some more good news to go over. Let's do VEGANUARY. This is very good news. We love to see it. Despite the evil machinations of the Forget VEGANUARY campaign. Roughly 30 million people participated in record-breaking VEGANUARY 2026. You'd love to see it. Had an extra 4 million participants compared to last year's campaign. You love to see it. That is a decent rate of growth. You know, where's my spreadsheet on this? Ooh, whoops, let me get up on the other tab here. I had anticipated that it would be very much... I'd anticipated that it would be near enough evens. This is my graph on VEGANUARY growth so far. Now, they actually changed the way that they count this in 2024, so I was saying it's a little bit difficult to project now. This is the dark blue is sign-ups officially through the VEGANUARY website, and you can see this was going up and up and up. 2024, they switched from sign-ups to estimated total participants based on surveys. So the light blue, this is on a different scale, right? They always knew that the number of people actually going to the Veganuary website and signing up was some small fraction of the total number of people doing it. And indeed, when they switch to surveys, you ask a nationally representative sample, how many of you did Veganuary, and then extrapolate to the population. You know, it's much higher numbers, right? This is a different scale over here. So, you know, there was some increase, but in the last couple of years, I think this is like 25 million to 25.6 million or something. It was quite a modest increase. And this is the growth rate compared to the previous year. So in 2015, there was nearly 300% more people than in 2014. Then 2016 was 80% more than in the previous year, and so on. And as you can see, this is kind of tending towards zero, which you would expect, right? It's like this upwards curve, and then it's kind of flattening out here. You got quite modest growth in the more recent years. So you would expect that this growth rate is tending towards zero, and could even go negative, right? There could be a year where there's fewer participants than the previous year. That could easily happen. Probably will happen at some point. But it hasn't happened yet. Every year there has been some percentage of growth compared to the previous year in Veganuary. But it's tending towards zero here. And so for my estimates here, which this was to do with evaluating the FarmKind campaign, I was expecting to see pretty much the same again if they're lucky, really. So I thought we'd be looking at about 25, 26 million people. But they've just reported 30 million, record-breaking, and not only record-breaking, but expectation exceeding, right? So this, we can add to this graph now, eh? $30 million. And you're going to see how much of a bump this is. Whoops. Whoops again. Can't even get enough zeros in there, it's so many people. Like, that is exceeding expectations now. Look at that. We thought it was kind of flattening out. We would have thought it would be about here. But they've reported 30 million. Let's have a read of the article. This is really good news, guys. Veganuary back in substantial growth. Do you think the drama of Forget Veganuary helped? Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. I think that was part of Forget Veganuary's and FarmKind's thinking on this as well. Like, the sort of any news is good news kind of approach. But I think I'm right in saying they're seeing most of their growth internationally now. Let's have a look. Around 30 million people participated in Veganuary 2026. Each year, Veganuary, the global non-profit behind the annual campaign of the same name, encourages people to try a plant-based diet for January. And this year's record-breaking month saw roughly 30 million people participate worldwide. The non-profit reported particularly strong participation from the UK in its Veganuary Workplace Challenge, including from several NHS trusts. Ah, okay. See, this is what we talk about with the institutional diet change, with targeting workplaces, hospitals, schools, prisons, right? Any kind of thing where you can target on the institutional level. And I normally think about this in terms of changing menus, doing plant-based defaults and stuff like this. But yeah, I guess it works for Veganuary as well. You can have the workplace Veganuary challenge. And therefore enroll more people, or enroll people more efficiently, perhaps, than you could by asking individuals to take part. King's College Hospital NHS Foundation Trust served more than 400 vegan lunches, while Clatterbridge Cancer Centre NHS Foundation Trust hosted a plant-based myth-busting talk. Celebrities such as Olivia Colman and Matthew Modine backed this year's campaign and shared recipes and encouragement with participants. Meanwhile, brands and supermarkets from Aldi to La Vie launched a selection of new and returning vegan products. Millions of people chose kindness this January for themselves, for animals, and for the planet, said Wendy Matthews, the CEO of VEGANUARY. VEGANUARY is now firmly mainstream, and its continued growth is proof of what happens when people around the world put compassion into practice. We think that's something truly worth celebrating, and a powerful sign that conscious food choices are more than a passing trend. VEGANUARY used 12 nationally representative surveys to calculate participation, and most of its figures came from YouGov. The total sample size was 13,529 adults. The story worth telling is the one unfolding in the kitchens. VEGANUARY previously reported that more than a third of British people plan to take part in this year's campaign. Roughly 25.8 million people participated last year, and more than 80% said they would continue with a plant-based diet. There's been plenty of talk in the media about interest in vegan fading, said Matthews. But the story worth telling is the one unfolding in kitchens, not in the comment section. Very true, very true. I think it's important to note just how botted a lot of stuff is on social media now. You can pretty much manufacture vibes without anyone really being invested on a personal level, right? You just have the idea that lots of people are commenting about this or whatever. There's a lot of bots out there. There's a lot of bots out there, especially on Twitter, and I feel like a lot of Facebook as well, honestly. Now we've seen the LinkedIn comments that people copy paste from ChatGPT. But yeah, it's getting to the point you really can't trust stuff on comment sections as a read of public opinion. We saw that Reddit post about how the meat industry has infiltrated the vegan subreddit and everything like that. So if you were ever putting much faith in the comment section as a barometer of these things, it's time to stop doing that, I guess. But very cool. This has really exceeded expectations. Can we do a little line of best fit on here to see? How do I do this? Trend line. It's going to give me 2 series. That's not really what I want. Okay, I guess that is not going to particularly work because we've got 2 different series going on. And it fits it all the way back as well, which is also not what we want. Well, you know, the one that I have, right, and this is like relative growth. Okay, this is 2 different metrics, but if we're following this line, we would not have expected 30 million. I would have, if I had to put money on it, I would have guessed 26 and a half maybe, and that's substantially higher than that, right? There's like 10% more than what I would have guessed, even more than that, like 15% more than what I would have guessed. Tell you what we could do is percentage. Oh yeah, we've already got percentage growth here, haven't we? Right, so we're going to see that percentage going back up. %16 growth. Wow, that's actually the highest year-on-year growth for a while. That's going to mess up the x-axis there. Let's fiddle with that. nice having an audience who humours me while I play with graphs in Google Sheets. Let me update this one more time. So 16% year-on-year growth, that is the highest growth that they've seen since 2021, which many people are calling this period here kind of peak vegan, where a lot of people were participating. Bear in mind that these early, very high growths, it's easy to get when you're starting from almost none, right? It's like 2014 was the first year they did it. They have probably like fewer than 10,000 people taking part. So 300% growth, right? But it's still it's still quite modest numbers. But year-on-year growth, 16% is actually pretty huge. Last year we had 3% year-on-year growth. So that's really, really good news for Veganuary and for veganism. Maybe a little vindicating for Forget Veganuary in terms of the any news is good news kind of theory. We were looking at this kind of model for Forget Veganuary, where we're assuming adding some number of donors and losing some number of would-be vegans. Right, so if you get not very many donors and you lose a lot of vegans, then you have heavy losses in terms of animals. But if you have if you get loads of new donors and lose not very many vegans, then you save a lot of animals net in the green here. Now, we're never going to be able to say, right, what the exact cause of this was, but it's possible that you know, the drama and the increased news coverage resulting from Forget Veganuary actually results in more people engaging with it. We're not going to be able to say that for sure. It could well be that they might have grown even more if it wasn't for Forget Veganuary, right? We don't have the kind of counterfactual. But suffice to say that this is growing by more than we would have expected. So this is the highest rate of growth that we've seen for 5 years in Veganuary participation. So very, very good news. We're very happy with that. Well done, Veganuary. You have not been forgotten. Evidently, you have not been forgotten. So well done. Right, what else we got going on? Let's do these ones. We've got a bit of not so good news to get to as well. Oh, this is good news. Tristan inspired me to look at the beef prices thing. Oh, here's some local news for me. This might be boring for the rest of you, but actually no, because there's a few different cities mentioned in here. Yeah, I'm just reading this for my own benefit, really. This is where I live, Bristol. Bristol reclaims title as world's most popular vegan city. We've got a table of the top 20 cities in here, so I wonder how many other people can see their city in chat. Bristol has reclaimed its title as the most popular city for veganism in the world. On Thursday, Chef's Pencil released a report analysing Google Trends from 2025, which revealed that Bristol had the highest percentage of residents that were engaging with veganism. Bristol has been one of the most consistent leaders in global vegan rankings for over a decade and has reclaimed the #1 spot for 2026. So here we go. I guess this is the average Google index search score for each of these cities in 2025. Bristol indexed to 100, so this is the top, and then everything else is kind of relative to this. Where else have we got? Leipzig in Germany. Portland, Oregon in the United States. Yep, that checks out. That's, you know, the Bristol of the US. Any Portland people in chat? Then the next three are all Germany. Hamburg, Cologne, and Berlin, all Germany. On 82, 81, 79. Then we've got Edinburgh in the UK. Seattle in the US. These are all pretty much checking out so far, I feel. Edinburgh surprises me a little bit. I wouldn't have marked them as particularly vegan, but there you go. Hanover in Germany, Amsterdam in the Netherlands, Nuremberg in Germany. Nice for them to be famous for something else, eh? San Francisco in the US, Dusseldorf, Germany. Well, there's a lot of German cities in here. About half of these are Germany. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 out of 20 of the top 20 are Germany. Wow, Germany kind of mogging, honestly. San Francisco in the US, Dusseldorf, Germany, Vancouver, Canada. Any Vancouver enjoyers? BRB moving to Portland. Chart is rigged. Bristol is the Oregon of the UK. True. Yeah, fair question, Miss Teaspoon. What does participated mean? It's from survey, so I'm guessing that it's just like they participated in the. They said that they participated, basically, right? Munich in Germany, Vienna, Austria, Zurich, Switzerland, Stuttgart, Germany, London, UK, and Glasgow, UK. So we've got 4 on here from the UK. Only 2 from the US, which is Portland and San Francisco. And then 9 from Germany. That's crazy. I gotta learn to speak German. We'll probably expand the viewership a lot. That's very cool, though. That's very good news. I wonder why. What is it about Germany that makes them so based on this, huh? They're 9 of the top 20 vegan searching cities. That's crazy. This long-standing success is rooted in both history and community. Veganism in Bristol is far from a recent trend. It has deep cultural foundations. The city has had a regional vegetarian and vegan group since the early 1970s, with the Bristol Vegans Group originally founded in 1994 and revived in 2006. I wonder what happened in the interim. Bristol continues to set the international standard for plant-based living, with many restaurants offering delicious vegan food. Uwe Vegan on Baldwin Street is a popular choice, offering a delicious completely vegan menu from burgers to loaded fries. And then this is talking about a lot of local places. This might not be super interesting for people on stream. But yeah, very cool. Very proud of my city to be top of the leaderboard here. Anyone else seeing their city in chat? Too bad for Eddie's not American. Come on, Earthling Ed's the goat. I'm refreshing Earthling Ed's page to see when my interview is going to be on there. Taking his sweet time. Hey VT, good to see you again. My debate is on Tuesday, so it's coming up. It's in 2 days' time, so we can do a bit of debate prep later on. True, Bretta, true. Yeah, I was saying the other day, Australia really seems to punch above their weight for vegan activists. Joey Carbstrong, James Aspey, Peter Singer. There's a couple of Australian girls as well. Vegan Booty, is that person Australian? And Tash Peterson. Oh, maybe that is Vegan Booty. I don't really have the accent for saying the word booty, do I? Oh, nice booty. All right, I'll stop. want to have a look at this one. This is very base from Oatly. You know, one of my favourite topics is the ultra-processed myth and getting pissed off about people inaccurately thinking that ultra-processed necessarily means unhealthy. Tash is vegan booty? Okay, yeah, I thought so. Hey, Hummus, good to see you. Hummus420, based name. But you know, one of my favourite topics is getting mad about the ultra-processed myth. And while we've seen a lot of plant-based food manufacturers trying to distance themselves from ultra-processed, we've seen things like plant-based meat brands diversifying into shitty vegetable patties. Sorry, guys, but that stuff's just not as good as plant-based meat, let's be real. And we've seen a rise in the supermarkets doing more like the old-style vegetable mush sandwich, like burger patties and sausages and stuff like that, which, I mean, it's just not the same. But they're all scared of the ultra-processed label, so a lot of companies are doing this kind of thing. We've also seen things like certain tofu and falafel brands, naming no names, taking some kind of side swipes at overly processed vegan foods, because in some sense that's their competition. Plant-based milks have generally been not really dragged into this whole debacle. They don't quite have the same vibe. They haven't quite been targeted in the same way by the meat industry talking about UPFs. Things like oat milk, almond milk, soy milk, they just have a more natural vibe. And vibes, as we know, is what UPF is based on. So if you have a more natural vibe, you can kind of ignore the UPF thing, and we've seen plant-based milk sales have really not struggled in the same way that plant-based meat sales have since the ultra-processed discourse, which I think is a good indicator that that is a driver of the changes we've seen. And that's why I have a hell of a lot of respect for this move from Oatly, because they didn't really need to do this. They have added to their cartons this message, trust the processed, and we're going to have a look at this in more detail here. But they didn't really need to do this. Plant-based milks, like I say, were not really dragged into the ultra-processed discourse in the same way that plant-based meats have. But nonetheless, Oatly have decided to stand up and say, hang on a minute, this is silly. And they have rightly labelled UPFs a distraction from the real issues affecting the food system. In particular, they talk about food injustice and the climate crisis. So let's see what they've said about it. Oatly has added a new Trust the Processed label to its drink cartons. The Swedish oat milk brand added the label to its packaging last year, prompting both praise and pushback for meeting the topic of food processing directly. Oatly's new label acknowledges the ongoing debate around ultra-processed foods, an increasingly polarized topic that many consumers remain confused about. The updated packaging says, "Trust the processed. When turning oats into a tasty liquid like the one you're holding, we use clever production processes like heat treatment and homogenization. These are also used for cow's milk, and we guess that makes our drinks processed, which apparently can be scary for some. That's cool. Food processing has been adopted by humans for centuries to reduce nutrient loss, curb food waste, and give people access to safe, nutritious, and more affordable food. We're 100% on board with that, and if you are too, we're happy to have met you through this process." Nice. Again, I feel like this is... They really didn't need to wade into this, right? People don't think of oat milk as being processed in a sort of problematic way in the same way that they seem to now think about that for some plant-based meat products. Again, I think it's all misleading and it's all ill-informed misconceptions. But they've really waded into this, and they're even using what UPF fearers might call $10 words, like homogenization. They rightly point out this also applies to cow's milk. And of course, the main point, that processing is not necessarily bad, doesn't necessarily make foods unhealthy. Right, it's a broad category of things that you could do to foods. So good on Oatly. Writing on LinkedIn, Caroline Orfila Jenkins, the Vice President of Science and Technology at Oatly and a Professor of Plant Biochemistry and Nutrition at the University of Leeds, described labels as one of Oatly's most powerful comms tools. Current opinions around UPFs are polarizing, offering simplistic yet confusing narratives about food processing which are, in my view, distracting us from tackling the integrated challenges of climate change and food injustice, she added. We choose to speak openly and transparently about this topic and continually partner with expert voices such as nutritionists and dietitians to get the facts out there. Yeah, I agree. This is a distraction. It's kind of functioning in two ways, insofar as it's pushed by the livestock industries, which is a lot. One is villainizing plant-based meat alternatives. I think this is the main function of the UPF narrative. You remember years ago, I think it was 2019 or 2020, the Super Bowl ad with the little girl who can't spell methylcellulose? You remember this? And they had the full-page New York Times ads with the same, like, real fake meat, real chemicals, all of that. You remember that? In many ways, that was the start of the UPF hysteria. Certainly insofar as it relates to plant-based meat alternatives. And it was bought and paid for by the meat industry. Those campaigns were funded by an organization called the Center for Consumer Freedom, which is a just awful lobbying organization. In this case, their client was meat producers, right? Is the Cattlemen's Association and the Pork Association and a bunch of others. But they've also done similar campaigns defending the tobacco and alcohol industries. Right, they just are probably one of the most evil organizations in the world. So that's the Center for Consumer Freedom, and they were, you know, this wasn't a secret, this is not a conspiracy, you can go and look this up, you can find this well recorded anywhere. That is the organization that funded these big, expensive, high-reaching adverts villainizing plant-based meat alternatives as ultra-processed. It was really out in the open. Now, speaking of the Super Bowl, there was just another advert during the recent 2026 Super Bowl, again villainizing ultra-processed foods. And I looked into that a little bit, and it's like the Maha Foundation or something. It's some like Make America Healthy Foundation, which doesn't disclose who its funders are. So in this case, it's not quite so clear and easy to just point at and say, well, look, this is paid by the meat industry. But in all likelihood, this is paid by the meat industry. Right, so one function of this is straight up villainizing plant-based meat alternatives because they have the vibe of being processed, and therefore it's easy to get people to make the inference that they're unhealthy, even though they're healthier than meat from animals. That's one function. And another function is exactly as she's saying here, distracting from the real issues facing the food system. If you can get the media and the public and scientists, even in many cases, like worked up about ultra-processed foods and thinking ultra-processed foods is the problem, well, that's detracting from what we really should be concerned about, which is animal agriculture. We've known for a long time that we need to reduce animal farming substantially in order to protect public health, in order to curb the climate crisis. And for a long time, that was quite a clear thing that everybody understood. And now we have the UPF distraction, and we have, you know, Sean Baker ending his debate with Garth Davis by saying, well, the main thing we can agree on is that processed foods suck. It's a distraction, right? We need to remain focused on the need to reduce animal product consumption and production, and not get distracted by all of this nonsense about ultra-processed foods, quote unquote. So there's the villainizing function, there's also the distracting function, that are both playing very well for the meat industry, because they've deployed this ultra-processed narrative alongside other narratives about, you know, it's now very important to have all the protein under the sun, and that there's, you know, the protein requirement or the protein recommendations have been lobbied to increase. Well, you need to have all the protein under the sun, and you also can't have these processed foods, so I guess that means you're left eating meat. Like, oh, well, look at that, right? So that's the function of the UPF stuff as far as I'm concerned, and I'm pleased to see Oatly with their big marketing budgets and clever marketing teams talking about this issue, because, again, I really feel that they didn't need to wade into it to the extent that they have and say, hey, we're a processed food and that's fine. But good on them for taking a stand and talking about this issue. The world's largest scientific review of the evidence on UPFs found that processed foods are rapidly displacing fresh food and drink on every continent and are also linked to harm in every major organ of the system of the body. The problem with this, and I don't appreciate plant-based news like reproducing this uncritically, the problem with this is that they do provide some criticism here, my bad. The problem with this is that it's an overly broad category. Right, it's obvious that some ultra-processed foods, some foods in the category called ultra-processed, obviously are unhealthy. You've got sweets and candy and fucking fizzy drinks, right? There's a load of stuff in there that's obviously unhealthy. Everyone knows this. Nobody claims that it's healthy. Even the people selling fizzy drinks and candy don't claim that it's healthy. But isn't it convenient to be able to put, for example, plant-based meats into that same category, and then say foods in this category are unhealthy, when there's so much diversity within that category? And actually, no, plant-based meats are not unhealthy. They're healthier than the meat they replace. Again, we were looking at that study the other day where it's covered and reported as though showing processed plant-based meat alternatives are causing health problems, and heart problems in particular was the claim, when the plant-based meats in the study were 0.2% of the calories consumed. So that's the only way that you can like twist and manipulate data to try to imply that plant-based meat's unhealthy. When you actually look at high quality evidence comparing directly plant-based meat versus meat, there's now at least 2 systematic reviews showing this. There's at least half a dozen randomized control trials showing this. There's very consistent evidence that plant-based meat is healthier than meat, and even particularly in respect to heart health. And there's all of this dishonesty and manipulation trying to imply that it's not. This grinds my gears. The review, made up of a 3-paper series published by The Lancet, described the rise in UPF consumption as being driven by powerful global corporations who employ sophisticated political tactics to protect and maximize profits. Yeah, meat producers and meat processors and manufacturers are some of the largest and most vertically integrated food businesses in the world. people don't think about it because meat is just not necessarily branded in the same way as plant-based meat, for example. And so it kind of seems more like, well, one of these is made by a corporation and the other is made by your friendly local farmer. But you've got the Tysons and the JBSs of the world, who are some of the biggest and most vertically integrated food companies in the world, and some of the fucking heaviest lobbyists as well. So it's outrageous the way that that whole special issue in the Lancet was framed. And again, you know, you've got all these meat industry people who are all too happy to see it. However, a report by the Good Food Institute and the Physicians Association for Nutrition from last year called for nuance in differentiating between food processing that adds nutritional value, such as fortification or pasteurization, and food processing that diminishes it, such as turning pork into bacon, ham, and hot dogs. A separate report found that more than a third of Americans are misinformed about processed foods. Well, I'm surprised if it's more than that, I'm sure. 60% of people in the US either incorrectly believe that all processed foods are inherently unhealthy or say they're unsure about how food processing intersects with health. Okay, that's an interesting or there. So can we get the actual survey data on this? "39% of respondents incorrectly said that all processed foods are unhealthy. In contrast, 40% said they believe not all processed foods are unhealthy, while 21% said they did not know or are unsure about processing and health." Okay, so 39% incorrectly said all are unhealthy. That's interesting. And then 40% correctly said not all processed foods are unhealthy, and 21% said don't know. Well, that's very even, isn't it? 40, 20, 40, really. And there's a lot of misinformation about processed food, so it's not surprising that this view persists. It's perverse because the people who are promoting this kind of narrative about plant-based meats are, in fact, increasing deaths attributable to overconsumption of meat. Right, journalists put out misleading stories based on flawed evidence that say, oh, plant-based meat's unhealthy and it's going to be unhealthy for your heart. Like, they're completely misinterpreting the evidence, which, to be fair, the authors, I would say, misrepresented the evidence. Right, they said in the press release, foods like plant-based meats, when they knew that that was only 0.2% of the calories consumed, and they were lumping it in with other things, including vodka and donuts. So they're putting that out there, and it's literally causing more people to die from heart disease. I wrote a thing about this on Bryant Research. I'll have a quick look at that while I'm animated about it. Journalists look at pictures instead of reading study. Increase heart deaths. Journalists in the UK and US are likely to have increased heart deaths by misreporting the findings of a study relating to ultra-processed foods. The study, published in The Lancet, found that increased consumption of foods in the ultra-processed category was associated with increased risk of heart disease. Subsequently, several mainstream media outlets reported incorrectly that these health harms were attributable to plant-based meat alternatives. Criticism of this coverage was swift and concise. Evangeline Mancioros, for The Conversation, pointed out that plant-based meats only accounted for an average 0.2% of the dietary energy intake of all the participants. Compare this to bread, pastries, buns, cakes, and biscuits, which are the other types of plant-based ultra-processed foods. These accounted for 20.7% of total energy intake in the study. Brian Capeman for Fast Company wrote, all the study really suggests is that eating a diet of sugary soda, wine, and packaged chips is associated with poor health outcomes. Not exactly groundbreaking stuff. The journalists effectively concluded that plant-based meats are unhealthy because the group of things including plant-based meats, pastries, and alcohol is unhealthy. This is the equivalent to concluding that meat is unhealthy because the group of things including meat, chocolate, and cigarettes is unhealthy. This approach is not just silly, it yields an incorrect result. A new review on plant-based meats specifically, as opposed to ultra-processed foods broadly, finds that these are likely to decrease the risk of heart disease compared to eating meat from animals, not increase it. The coverage of the original study was not just misguided, it was not just incorrect, it was the opposite of correct, and it's likely to increase heart deaths as a result. Malice or stupidity? You can tell I was on one when I wrote this. How did this happen? It's tempting to believe that the meat industry had a hand in this inaccurate media coverage. The plant-based meat industry is certainly no stranger to this type of attack from the meat industry. They've been spending millions of dollars to sponsor attack ads against plant-based meat on the grounds that it's too processed for at least half a decade. Writing misleading press releases or even sponsoring misleading studies is certainly not beyond their lobbyists' remit. The coverage appears to be coordinated, and even more alarmingly, some such coverage is written in a specific way that suggests it has been consciously constructed to mislead the reader. Several such articles have the structure: 1. Plant-based meats are a type of ultra-processed food. True. 2. Ultra-processed foods tend to be associated with worse health outcomes. Also true. A reader can read these true statements and come away with the incorrect conclusion, therefore plant-based meats are associated with worse health outcomes, which is not true. That said, we might be reminded to apply Hanlon's razor. Do not attribute to malice what can be accounted for by stupidity. As Mancioras points out in her conversation piece, the press release for the study from Imperial College London used photos of processed meat alternatives. It did not mention meat alternatives in the text, only in the photographs. It's quite common that journalists will only read press releases and not read the full study. Could it really be that journalists, including Rita Wigler from the New York Post, as well as Rebecca Whitaker and Kate Pickles of the Daily Mail, didn't read the study and didn't even read the press release? Did these individuals really just look at the pictures? Perhaps it is sufficient to say that 1. These individuals are journalists for the Daily Mail and the New York Post, and 2. Journalists for the Daily Mail and the New York Post tend not to be strong critical thinkers. It has not gone unnoticed that the most right-wing of the outlets covering the study are the ones that got it the most wrong in focusing on vegan fake meat. The readership of the Daily Mail and the New York Post want to think that vegan fake meat is unhealthy, and the journalists and editorial team there knows it. This may also be an example of confirmation bias. They had an existing bias against plant-based meat. When they saw a press release with a picture that appeared to confirm their bias, that was enough to be confident enough to run a headline which was just incorrect. We might very well ask why the press office at Imperial, the recent recipient of $30 million from the Bezos Earth Fund for a sustainable protein centre, chose to use a photo of plant-based meat when these represented just 0.2% of the foods in the study. That would be a fair question. It's likely that the individual who chose this image, who may or may not have been one of the researchers, have themselves been subject to the same deliberate attempt to associate ultra-processed foods with plant-based meats that we've all witnessed for years now. A survey by the British Nutrition Foundation found that vegetarian meat alternatives were the second most cited example of ultra-processed foods behind ready meals. Again, this is the deliberate result of years of meat industry lobbying on this point. So, was this disastrous coverage the result of nefarious meat industry lobbying or just lazy journalism? The reality is probably a bit of both. It's embarrassing for the Daily Mail and the New York Post to have run demonstrably false headlines, and it is puzzling for the press office at Imperial to have chosen a photo which did not represent the contents of the study. But both of these decisions are likely the result of years of the meat industry banging this drum and repeating plant-based meat equals processed equals unhealthy. The reality is just the opposite. According to the findings of a new review, replacing meat with plant-based meat alternatives is likely in fact to reduce the risk of heart disease, not increase it. That is because plant-based meat alternatives compared to meat from animals are typically lower in saturated fat and higher in fibre. In fact, the review found that replacing meat from animals with plant-based meat lowered several cardiovascular disease risk markers, including total cholesterol, LDL cholesterol, apoprotein B100, and body weight. concluding that replacing meat with plant-based meat may in fact be cardioprotective. The reporting on this study, particularly that of the Daily Mail and the New York Post, was so egregiously incorrect that it is likely to have increased heart disease. Here are some facts. Number 1, the Daily Mail and New York Post posted headlines claimed that plant-based meat increases the risk of heart disease. Number 2, the study cited did not show that plant-based meat increases the risk of heart disease. Number 3, in fact, replacing meat with plant-based meat is likely to decrease the risk of heart disease. Number 4, the Daily Mail and New York Post headlines are likely to decrease the rate at which people replace meat from animals with plant-based meat. Number 5, therefore, the Daily Mail and New York Post headlines are likely to increase the rate of heart disease. The misreporting on this topic might well be the result of laziness rather than malice, though, as I've argued, this laziness was enabled by years of meat industry misinformation. Whatever the case may be, the misreporting of this study is likely to have increased the number of heart deaths. Journalists covering health topics have a responsibility to the public to ensure their reporting is accurate. In this case, the journalists failed to meet that responsibility, and as a result, it's likely that the number of heart disease cases will increase. How we going, chat? I was on one there. I was on one when I wrote this. This is some of my most fire bars, if I do say so myself. Hey, Caps Lock Ben. Nice to see you. We're a Vegan 2.0 channel, my friend. Welcome. Why isn't the no cholesterol spoken about more? Yeah, true. Could have probably stressed that a little bit. The big 3-0 coming up, Tristan. It's not as scary as it is before. Yeah, good question, Bretta. I'm wondering how people find me, if not through Vegan Reddit and places like that. The algo must be putting me somewhere. VT stumbled in here from the algorithm somehow. I don't know what the debate is going on about cats in chat. I'm not getting involved in that. Plant-based meat wins, true. Alright, VT, settle down. Alright, what do we got? What do we got? Let's do the beef prices, hey? This is from the Wall Street Journal a couple of days ago, and Tristan King in chat inspired me to have a look at this. You mentioned that you've been looking at stuff about beef prices on local news channels. This is, I guess, the national story in the States. The beef industry has a message for consumers. Get used to high prices. US cattle herds are at the lowest level in 75 years, putting a premium on the protein. So prices up, which is good news from our perspective, and number of animals down, which is good news from our perspective. And this again speaks to that point which I'm often making about the relationship between these things. The more expensive it is to produce any given animal product, the less production you're going to see of it. So this is very encouraging. We've just been reading about the record participation in VEGANUARY, and we're going to read about the record low number of cows in the US. High prices are the new normal in the US beef market. A tight cattle supply and continued robust demand for the protein are expected to keep costs elevated for consumers and others throughout the supply chain over the next few years. Efforts to improve supply have been slow-moving. Ranchers are reluctant to erode their strongest profits in decades by increasing the size of their herds. As a result, the US cattle herd is at its lowest level in 75 years, according to the Agriculture Department. Measures from the Trump administration to rein in prices have had little effect on the market. So I just want to comment on a couple of things here off the bat, which might otherwise water down your enthusiasm about this good news. We've got continued robust demand, right? So you might think, well, this is not good, right? There's still high demand for beef, but this is not saying that there's the same amount of it being produced and consumed, right? We've got record high prices, and bloody hell, they've shot up, especially in recent years. Look at this. And continued robust demand doesn't mean that there's the same amount of cows, right? This is going to be the key metric that we care about, seeing fewer cows being farmed in the context of beef, right? And the other thing, which could be, you might take as bad news, but I don't think that you should, is that ranchers having their strongest profits in decades. Now, again, that sounds like a bad thing from a vegan perspective, but you've got to think about why that is. The only reason that we would be alarmed by ranchers having record high profits is because we would assume that that's because they're selling more beef than ever. But they're not. They're just, the prices are higher. They're actually selling less beef than ever. And there was this thing recently about, I'm not sure what happened with this, but Trump had directed the government to look into price fixing in the meat market, where you have a small number of producers, right? Again, a lot of these are like very vertically integrated, so they're owned ultimately by Tyson or JBS or similar, right? So you have a few producers and they can effectively collude and price fix and say, we can actually increase our profits by agreeing to not sell below a certain price, and therefore we're going to be able to maximize profitability. That's what collusion and price fixing looks like. Now, an economist would say that's a bad thing for beef consumers, right? Because it's going to mean that the price is higher than it needs to be under a competitive market, and therefore there's like lost consumer surplus or whatever, right? It's not the same value for consumers. But from a vegan perspective, there's basically two ways to price fix. One is agreeing not to sell below a certain price, and the other is agreeing not to produce more than a certain amount. Because you know that if the supply is limited, then it's going to tend to increase the price, and it's going to tend to increase profitability, right? So too, if there's a price floor, also that's going to put a cap on demand, basically. You have some people who are not willing to buy beef at those high prices, and therefore that's going to limit supply. So from that perspective, if this was going on, it would mean that cattle farmers become more profitable, but it would also mean that fewer cows are farmed. So I think that's not necessarily a bad thing from a vegan perspective. So they said robust demand, and they've also said record profits. But the key thing here, we only care about those things as proxies to the number of animals being farmed or to animal suffering, or however you want to think about it, right? And that is down. As a result, the US cattle herd is at its lowest level in 75 years, according to the Agriculture Department. The Labour Department said last week that ground beef prices in January were up 17% from a year earlier, compared with a 2.1% rise for all other groceries in that time. Jesus. Yeah, look at this. January 2026, we got $6.75. And a year earlier, fuck me. A year earlier, $5.55. Look at this, basically vertical in the more recent years. And this is a much, much steeper increase than we've seen for the period, like long before that. I'm sure we're going to get a graph of the number of cows as well. Beef is the premium protein and consumer demand is reflecting that, said Monty Lesh, a rancher in Miles County, Montana, with 650 cattle. Now, of course, the people in the beef industry are going to say, oh, this is because of surging demand. And, you know, this is a great thing and everyone wants beef. Right? Of course, they're going to be saying this because it's in their interest. They want to sell more beef and they want the prices to stay nice and high. But they are not going to say there's less beef being consumed than ever. Right? They're going to focus on, hey, there's strong demand. That's what's causing increasing prices. But there are fewer cows being farmed for beef than ever before. High beef prices haven't stopped shoppers such as Tony Bear, who lives in northern Kentucky. I wonder how much of this is going to be framed as though this is actually great news for the animal industry. Well, you know what? It's not necessarily bad news for the animal industry. Again, they're becoming more profitable as a result of this. But it's also not bad news for animals, because as we're going to see, there's fewer animals being farmed in this scenario. We want this line to go as high as possible, guys. The price. We want the price of beef to go as high as possible. And you're going to see the demand for plant-based meat going up as a result of this. Right, because it's just going to become cheaper. I'd love to see the same graph for plant-based meat. Wonder if we can get that somewhere. This is from St. Louis Fed, which I think is going to be pretty much which is going to be pretty much like commodity prices. So they'll have beef and milk and things like that. They won't necessarily have plant-based meat. Bear, 53 years old, has noticed the higher prices at stores, but his beef buying hasn't dropped off because he loves the taste. The local public supermarket is his go-to, but he said he also shops at Costco and he plans to grill steaks for a larger group. I'll pay extra for quality steaks, burgers, he said. Ranchers began shrinking their herd several years ago because of poor financial conditions stemming from the COVID-19 pandemic. A severe drought also burned up grazing pastures, making it more expensive to feed livestock. Interesting. Okay, so these are the drivers of the recent spike in prices. This month here must be COVID. Yeah, this is when COVID was kicking off and we saw a big spike. I wonder, that's interesting. I wonder what the exact relation there is. It's a little bit after COVID, actually. Is it possible that there was like meat processing plants shut down and stuff like that, which limited supply and therefore increased prices? Or a lot of people, yeah, like less labor in the sector or something like that. I'm not sure exactly. But this has continued to skyrocket, and this is going up and up and up, the price of beef. The Trump administration views easing beef prices as a top priority, enlisting top advisors to find solutions in policy meetings. This month, President Trump signed an executive order to quadruple beef imports from Argentina, though the volume is small, and to drop some tariffs on imports of Brazilian beef. Oh, interesting. I thought it was Mr. Tariffs. The tariffs are going to make the US so much money, aren't they? Why does he want to lose money for the US by dropping tariffs on imported Brazilian beef? Why does he want to threaten the domestic ranchers? The hard-working American cowboy is to be undercut by Trump quadrupling beef imports from Argentina and dropping tariffs on imports of Brazilian beef. Huh. The administration is ginning up more beef demand, too. A recent update of the federal dietary guidelines recommended Americans consume more protein and put beef atop the new food pyramid. At a trade show in Nashville this month, hundreds of ranchers cheered when Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy said he eats beef twice a day. He also begged ranchers to increase the size of their herds to ease the supply strain. I think RFK seems like one of the least healthy people I've ever seen. Anyone else? It seems like beyond parody, honestly. I don't want to do the voice because I don't know. Do you have like throat cancer or something? I don't know, but he seems like as healthy as I would expect of someone who eats beef twice a day, frankly. That is mental. Yeah, and of course, the fucking meat industry trade show cheers for that, of course. The food pyramid's interesting, by the way. I haven't really spoken about this much. US food pyramid. They've obviously wanted to do this thing where it's well, we put meat and dairy at the top of the food pyramid. But this seems like it's a pretty negotiated and ultimately not that bad in terms of the actual quantities system, right? They obviously wanted to do the edgy inverted pyramid. Look at this. Food pyramid, more like upside down pyramid. It's like classic fucking edgy MAGA people. But even then, they couldn't get any dietary people to sign off on making more than this little corner up of animal foods. They would have loved to have like spread fucking meat and dairy all across the top here, but they actually realistically it's just this little corner. It's a minority of foods coming from animals here. Even in this like heavily lobbied, fucking Maha-brained food dietary guidelines update, they couldn't actually get sign off to have any majority of the foods here being from animal foods. It's actually just still this little corner. I don't know why they even did it. It would have worked just as well if they'd just made it a normal pyramid. They could have actually had the animal foods at the top in that system. Why did they tip it like this? So even in the meat industry lobbied, Maha-brained, inverted, edgy food pyramid, you've still got the majority of foods coming from plants here. Putting animal products there, this is so weird. Like, why have they done this? They've literally just done it to be edgy, honestly. But yeah, that's very dumb. Very dumb. Consumers aren't likely to find price relief away from the supermarkets either, as high ground beef prices pressure restaurants, particularly burger chains. Burger King, Wendy's, and Jack in the Box have all said they expect beef inflation to weigh on their profits. On Thursday, steakhouse chain Texas Roadhouse said it plans to raise menu prices by around 2% in early April. I mean, is that going to cut it? Beef is 17% up year on year. Granted, beef is not all they sell, of course, but what is it? Steakhouse? Texas Roadhouse, okay. Steakhouse chain, yeah. So it seems like that they're still going to take a hit in their profitability then. One would think. A reluctance to rebuild. On the plains of southeastern Montana, Lesh, 64 years old, like many other cattle ranchers, began shrinking his herd several years ago when drought conditions hurt his cattle raising operation. He used to have 900 cattle, but is reluctant to build back to that level. Rainfall has been sparse in Leshes region of the state. Spending the money to purchase more female cattle for breeding is too big a financial gamble if grazing pastures dry up again and he has to buy more feed. Ranchers say that they've been pouring their earnings into repairs, long overdue equipment purchases, and paying down their debts. Some have been spending to improve the genetics in their herd, including breeding cattle that could yield juicier steaks and possibly land them bigger paydays. Interesting. Yeah, so climate change is really starting to impact animal farming now, as we have been saying for years that it would do. And, you know, the fucking Maha types have been either just ignorant of or outright denying. Well, now there actually has been droughts, and cattle farmers are saying, well, I can't invest in breeding more cattle because I'm going to be fucked if there's another drought, which there probably will be. Animal feed, as we saw in that Lewis Bollard talk a few days ago, animal feed is the biggest expense for animal farming operations. The majority of their expenditure is animal feed. Now, of course, if you're grazing cows on pasture, that cost is just your grass, right? Your land, your fields. But if you have massive droughts and now your grass is drying up and the cow's got nothing to eat, now you have to be spending money on feed, and therefore the whole operation becomes either produces very expensive beef or becomes loss-making, right? Here's the graph we wanted. Ranchers say they've been pouring their earnings into... Oh yeah, we read this already, okay. Here's the graph we wanted. US cattle herd. Look at that. Peaked in 1975. 132 million. And it's down, down, down to 86 million as of 2026. And it looks like it's only going down. These are not conditions that are going to get better. There's not going to be fewer droughts in the future. There's not going to be less competitive plant-based meat in the future. There's not going to be a more stupid administration in the future. Let's hope. So this is going down, down, down. And in fact, the US is looking at importing more beef products. So that's not really a good thing in terms of the overall number of animals implicated. But we do have beef farming, cattle farming, just becoming way less viable than it once was. What's this as a percentage? Does it say a percentage drop in here? A6 over 132. Yeah, so it's about 35% down. And it seems like that's going to drop further. Industry analysts estimate the earliest the US herd could grow meaningfully is 2028. I mean, does that seem likely? It doesn't seem likely to me. I guess they have these waves, right? There could be a little bit of growth followed by further decline. But it ain't going to be for at least a couple of years. Some ranchers across the country have started to hold back their animals for breeding rather than sending them to slaughter. Even so, beef industry officials say the herd is unlikely to reach levels attained prior to 2020. So here's the 2020 level. This is sort of a local peak. 93 million down to 86 million, and they're unlikely to ever get back above 2020 levels. It's an interesting one because it's not necessarily bad news for the ranchers, as we're hearing, but it's certainly not bad news for the cows. The age of ranchers is also a factor in herd building decisions. It doesn't make sense for ranchers to increase their herds if they don't have an heir to take over and if they plan to sell the land to retire, said Philip Perry, a rancher who has several hundred cattle in northeastern Kansas. More farmers are over the age of 75 than under 35, according to the US. Fuck me, over 75. What's the US life expectancy? 79. 76 for men. It's not looking good, is it? Mark Moore, a rancher from southeastern Iowa, said he views the rest of agriculture as a cautionary tale. A glut of corn and soybeans is depressing prices, leading to steep losses for row crop farmers. Ranchers want to avoid a similar fate. Corn and soybean prices right now are suffering for a reason. We overproduced, he said. Yeah, so again, this is a good way of looking at the point that ranchers reporting record profits is not necessarily a bad thing. Because if it were the opposite, it would likely be a result of having produced far more cows than were necessary. So we might look at, if you're to look at profits of cattle ranches, you might see them falling down and go, oh, that's good news, that's good news. But not necessarily. If that means that there's just like way more cows being produced, then obviously from an animal perspective, that's actually not good news. But that's not the situation we have. We have the opposite situation, right? Higher profits and lower cow production. Yeah, the beef industry is indeed dying. Packer problems. Meatpacking companies have signaled that a smaller beef supply is here to stay. Executives at some of the largest meatpacking companies are closing plants and cutting hours in preparation for a tight cattle supply for the foreseeable future. Tyson Foods in January shut its Lexington, Nebraska beef plant, one of the largest in the US, laying off about 3,200 workers. It also cut production in half at its larger Texas facility. Rivals JBS and Cargill have each closed smaller facilities that package beef cuts into products such as ground beef for restaurants and grocery stores. This is also why there is a lot of the pro-beef MAGA brain rot around, because as we've read here, RFK and Trump are doing what they can to try and prop up this dying industry. And if that means lying that, fucking tallow is healthier than seed oils, then they are certainly not above telling that lie, right? This is why they're promoting red meat is somehow healthy, which again, complete nonsense, complete opposite of what all of the health evidence says on the topic. We're going to read a bit more about that later as we prepare for the debate on Tuesday. The data that we see indicates an ultimately smaller herd, Tyson Chief Operating Officer Devin Cole told analysts this month. Texas Agriculture Commissioner Sid Miller said this month that the federal government should consider tax credits for ranchers who hold back their animals for breeding rather than sending them to slaughter. In Montana, Lesh said that throwing government money at the problem won't help. You'll get people to take advantage of it, but it doesn't mean they'll increase their cow numbers, he said. Yeah, well, there you go. Beef prices at an all-time high. And number of cows being farmed at a 50-year low. So good news if you're a cattle rancher, and also good news if you're a cow. Everybody's happy. Also, by the way, good news for consumers who are going to be consuming less beef and therefore getting less heart disease and cancer. So everyone's a winner here, I think. Also, of course, good news for meat alternatives who are going to be able more easily to compete. So winners all round, in my view. We don't mind this at all. We don't mind this at all. We're to make the healthy food pyramid look like a slice of pizza. True. Nice, Tristan. You called it about the old ranchers, yeah. Of course, VT is anti-sun lotion. Yeah, that seems consistent with some of your other positions. Feels nice that our evil actions are finally biting back in the ass. Yeah, you mean in terms of the climate stuff? Yeah, very true. Yeah, fuck that AQ. I did come across that one, but I couldn't stomach it today. maybe another time. Hey, Dial J for Josh. Yeah, I agree. That kind of sucks. I went out on Friday night and I walked into and then walked out of the Subway because they don't have plant-based meat anymore. They used to have such good stuff in Subway, man. Really sucks. Again, it's all the ultra-processed fucking propaganda. Watch a video about MAGA merchandise. Most of it's made in China, based. High prices like this are a signal for more producers to get into the market. There seem to be barriers to entry and maybe lack of interest in the farmers' families in taking out the profession. Yeah, that's actually a good point, cool and scary. Yes, that would normally be the sort of market solution, right? Hey, there's very high prices, there's very high profits to be made here. So more people are going to start being cattle farmers now, and that is going to increase the supply. That's going to bring down the prices. But it seems like nobody really wants to do it. I think it's a question of risk as well, right? Because they're talking about droughts, which are probably going to occur more in the future, if anything. So, although there is high prices and high profits to be made, there's also a lot of risk because you could put a lot of resources into starting up in cattle farming, and then find that, well, fuck me, there's droughts, and now I can't make any money, and I can't feed my cows, and so on. So as long as there's sort of uncertainty about whether you're going to be able to have enough rain in the next several years, which from now on it seems like there's always going to be uncertainty around that, then yeah, it becomes a big barrier. And yeah, as Tristan points out, there's a lot of older ranchers who are retiring, and their kids are not necessarily interested in taking it up. So yeah, that's the record low cattle herds and record high beef prices in America. And we're seeing similar things elsewhere. If we looked at the beef prices in the UK, which have gone up as well. Beef prices Europe. Let's see if we can see. This is the EU's beef dashboard. Weekly beef prices. This is carcass prices. Well, there's going to be heavily correlated, basically, isn't it? But yeah, similar trend. I haven't looked at this in too much detail, but male rearing calves prices. This is how much it costs per head of cattle to rear one cow. It's up and up and up. calf slaughtered before the age of 8 months. Price per 100 kilos, that is. But yeah, similar trend in Europe, looks like. Right, I've got some lovely lunch waiting for me here. So I'm going to put on a video. Let me see, it'd be nice to do a health one. Is there any good, I want to do a shortish one. Anyone have good recommendations for something that's going to be helpful for my carnivore debate? Looking at Mike the Vegan, top 5 carnivore myths debunked. That could be a good one. Yeah, one thing I want to do today is like just get a broader view of their talking points, because these people always have the same sort of correlation of constellation of talking points. So yeah, if you are someone who thinks that red meat's healthy, you probably also think that seed oils are bad and raw milk and you know, all of these other things that we've been looking at. Nutritionfacts.org, yeah, true. That's a based website, Tristan. Do they have video content on there? I just want to stick something on while I'm eating. They do. Webinars, that sounds like it's going to be long. I'll do Mike the Vegan if we've got nothing else forthcoming.
It's Mike here, and today...
Hey, Mike. Right. I will, we're going to watch this and eat, and I guess I'll unmute and comment where I feel it's necessary. All right. Good luck.
It's Mike here, and today, the top 5 carnivore myths debunked. These are at least 5 that I hear a lot. If you have different ones, let me know down below. We're talking about things like, does meat contain all the nutrients that you need? Or, you know, is...
Before I start, I know people like to see what I'm having for lunch sometimes. A nice bit of wholemeal bread, tofu scramble, black beans and avocados. Piers Morgan is going to cancel me for the avocados.
Oxalate dumping actually real? And what about the dismissal of the whole vitamin C scurvy concern? We're gonna cover that and a ton more, way too much. But these are myths that lure people into the carnivore diet, and it's part of the whole ethos of the diet, which I think is misinformation. We're gonna look at research that I believe backs that. But again, a lot of the carnivore diet argument is that like, oh, there isn't science against it. Well, because there is no freaking science on it, essentially. So I'll use the science that I can, but I'll also speak in their language, which is anecdotes, by even looking at a bunch of cases on Reddit. But we do have some case reports as well, which is always good to look at. So let's just get right into it. Myth number 1, meat has all the nutrients that you need. Yes, looking to Chronometer for that class.
There's an interesting claim there's no science against the carnivore diet. Now, as we've seen from the Sean Baker and Garth Davis debate, there's really no science in favor of it. What we do have, there's an interesting framing to it, there's no science against it, right? Because presumably there's limited amounts of studies of people who are eating only meat. What we do have, though, is very consistent evidence across large cohorts showing that increased consumption of particularly red and processed meat is associated with increased rates of heart disease, cancer, and early mortality. So framing that as no evidence against the carnivore diet is a very weird move. It'd be like saying, we have broader evidence that cigarettes harm your health, but we've never actually done a study on someone who only consumes cigarettes. So who knows? I mean, the jury's out, right?
Classic 2 pounds of steak a day that a lot of people follow on the carnivore diet. Yeah, the nutrition gaps be gapping. First up, we have vitamin B1, which is low AF. B5 misses it a bit, but for B1 deficiency symptoms, they include irritability, which you will see in the comments, poor memory, literally forgetting to eat plants. It's wild. But weight loss as well, so, there's a win. We have folate, which is abysmally low in terms of intake. And yeah, it is the case that Michaela Peterson, carnivore dieter, appears to have gotten a folate deficiency, as she said on Twitter months back. And looking to Reddit's r/carnivore, we can just see a ton of folate deficiency or low level results for those people that actually bothered checking it. Obviously, you want to have a healthy level of folate. Anyway, onto the vitamins. We have vitamin A, super low, vitamin C, D, E, K. I mean, do I need to go through the whole alphabet at this point? This is ridiculous. And we're gonna go really deep into vitamin C and research on that later on. But just looking through r/carnivore for deficiencies, there's one I saw that I wasn't expecting, and that was vitamin B12. From the comments, it appears that the poster isn't the only one with this issue, and those commenters say just take B12 supplements. Next time people attack vegans for B12, I'm just gonna hand them a printed version of that post.
Surely not. Surely that's the one thing you're going to have enough of if you're eating fucking 2 pounds of steak a day, which, by the way, is mental. The thing to remember about the red and processed meat consumption, by the way, is dose dependent. Right, so the more of it you have, the more you're increasing your risk of heart disease and cancer. And I think I'm right in saying it's from as little as 50 grams a day, which is like nothing. That is mental, to be having over a kilo a day, or about a kilo a day of beef. Like, you think you can do that and not give yourself cancer, really? Absolutely mental. And also fucking B12 deficiency as well. So again, obviously, as he said at the start, he's kind of, fighting anecdote with anecdote here. But this is just people on the carnivore subreddit. But I think that's legit if we're going to be talking in terms of anecdote, which I think we largely will be when it comes to carnivore stuff. Intramuscular vitamin B12 injections, best way to correct that. I get a B12 description from Defy Medical, and I do it myself daily. My B12 bottoms out no matter what I was eating. I get monthly shots. Fuck me. You would have thought this is the one fucking thing that carnivores are getting enough of.
It appears that the poster isn't the only one with this issue, and those commenters say just take B12 supplements. Next time people attack vegans for B12, I'm just gonna hand them a printed version of that post. We continue with minerals with super low calcium, copper, magnesium, and manganese. And one Jasmine Foster did a 100+ reference right up on just how much one might miss their targets for these nutrients, and it's wild. Like, grass-fed or not, you're likely to be about 80% short on your calcium intake. And then there's things you're getting way too much of, like you're getting too much saturated fat, too much trans fat, and definitely too much cholesterol. And then finally, in terms of fat, it is totally devoid of omega-3 fatty acids. Like, look at that. That is ridiculous. And the higher amount in grass-fed is still laughably low. And yeah, people can eat fish for it, but a lot of people are just focusing on ruminant meat on a carnivore diet. All right, now for myth number 3, oxalate dumping is real, / just the whole oxalate theory of disease or just health issues in pretty normal people. It is the case that people with like severe kidney issues are gonna have more oxalate problems. But it's at a point where oxalate dumping has become a catch-all term for any problem that somebody is facing on a carnivore diet. That should probably lead them to quitting, but no, that's just purification. You're just dumping these plant-based toxic oxalates out of your body. Here is a carnivore GP listing the dangers of oxalate dumping.
Nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, rashes, fatigue, weakness, palpitations, joint pains, inflammation, arthritis, autoimmune activation. Any kind of autoimmune system and problem, can seriously flare when you get oxalate dumping.
And carnivores blame it for even more. I mean, everything from autoimmune diseases in general, which is probably the main one that I hear, to autism. Yep, you heard that right. And yeah, it is a case that dietarily, there's a distinction there, dietarily, you are getting them from plants. But as this study found, cooked vegetable consumption was associated with 75% lower odds of rheumatoid arthritis, which is obviously an autoimmune disease. And they're telling you to stop eating that to fight things like arthritis. And instead, advise meat only when studies like this one show meat consumption linked to twice the arthritis risk. And major credit to Dr. Sarah Ballantyne, who has a PhD in medical biophysics, who did a couple videos on oxalates and a more modern one.
Under normal circumstances, the body has mechanisms to maintain oxalate homeostasis, regardless of how much oxalates we ingest.
No, she isn't a vegan, if that helps, and she mentions that your body actually makes a ton of its own oxalates. And I would add that means you can never purify, you can never fully dump those oxalates. And to elaborate on her claims, yes, from this study, 60 to 80% of your blood oxalates are made by yourself endogenously, so you ain't dodging this, G. Unsubscribe. Or please subscribe and help me get to 400K, because I'm like on the brink. Please. On her chart here, she mentions that the amino acid glycine is one of the precursors for endogenously made oxalates. It is the case that vitamin C is also one. I know carnivores are gonna be like, huh, yeah, it's all from the vitamin C. Well, hey, let's look at this. In terms of your carnivore diet, meat appears to be the main source of glycine in a normal diet. So when you're eating 2 pounds of that, you're gonna be getting about 16 grams of glycine on your 2-pound meat a day diet, yet just probably in the hundreds of milligrams at best of dietary vitamin C from normal natural sources. So which one is your liver gonna make more oxalates out of in this context? Well, to further support this, I wish we had some good human studies, but from this rat study where they fed the mice glycine as well as some collagen proteins that have glycine in them also, they found unexpectedly high amounts of endogenously formed oxalate in their poop, as well as 90% of these rats developing urinary stones in 38 days. And yeah, that is one of the concerns. There's calcium oxalate kidney stones, which are the most common type. But do you escape this, especially with all that glycine coming through? Well, this Redditor said, I got kidney stones a few weeks into a carnivore diet. The top commenter said, that's oxalate dumping for ya. At least another less liked comment admitted to seeing long-term carnivores getting kidney stones. And yes, just to fact check that, from the University of Iowa in my home state here, yes, stone formation can happen in a matter of weeks. And of course, we're talking about a keto diet here generally for people on a carnivore diet, and we see a lot of kidney stones in the literature there. A lot of times those are uric acid stones because the purines in meat form those. And uric acid is also what causes gout, which is another inflammatory joint issue. You get those crystals in there. Here's another Redditor who actually got gout for the first time in his life just 4 weeks into his carnivore diet. All right, and now a quick break with today's sponsor, Seeds DS01 Daily Synbiotic, which yes, is a prebiotic and a probiotic together.
Okay, yeah, good. We've got some good. This is a helpful video to watch. If there's anything else, I'm actually watch a few similar things, honestly. A lot of these I haven't even come across the talking points. Again, though, all of the prep for the carnivore debate stuff that you guys have seen me do on stream. That's been the extent of my engagement with it, really. It's like, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 hours so far. No, actually probably more than that, because we watched a couple of debates as well, didn't we? But yeah, this is helpful to get the debunks, but also just to be aware of the talking points. Common sense is deficient on a carnivore diet, true race. Chris needs to properly evaluate and get into the B12 as a psy-up fight. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I mean, I've heard people say that. Is it B12 that people say, oh, it's probably one of those things where everyone should be taking a supplement? I know they say that about. Vitamin D, certainly in the UK. But yeah, that is honestly shocking to me, the carnivore's deficient in B12 thing. I thought that was the one thing. The one thing, surely. I've got to keep in mind, though, my debate opponent has actually explicitly said he's not arguing for a strictly carnivore diet. So he's arguing for an animal-based diet, and we're going to have to do a little bit of dialing in of what exactly that entails. But we need to look at the raw milk stuff. What else? I had some other notes of things to look up. Maybe people in chat know some stuff about this also. We looked at seed oils the other day. We got the raw milk stuff. We got the animal based. We looked at fiber, cellulose. We've looked at the evolution argument. Ultra processed foods we know about. Multi-ingredient foods. That'll be an interesting one. One thing I have to think of is some good examples and analogies. I think that's often something where I'm like casting around for, I wish I had a good example to make this point, then I'll think of it later. But yeah, the smoking stuff I feel is quite helpful to analogize to, like that claim that Hong Kong has the longest life expectancy and also the highest meat consumption or whatever it is. Or that countries with higher meat consumption have longer life expectancies. We heard Uproot Nutrition and Patrick Razoroff talking about that the other day, where the same is also true for cigarette smoking, right? And of course, both are just correlated with higher income. So that's good. I wonder if we'll get that. But yeah, raw milk we should have a look at as well today.
And it's especially beastly because it's got 53.6 billion active bacterial cell units from 24 different strains, which are scientifically shown to support various areas of health, including gut barrier, gut immunity, digestive health, skin health, heart health, and more. And on the topic of a carnivore diet, I know a lot of people go on a carnivore diet for random like immune issues, and one of those is eczema, but strains in seed from randomized controlled trials are shown to greatly improve eczema in children from this chart, which is quite impressive over placebo, as well as in adults. Also very impressive. And then of course, randomized controlled trials like this one show strains in seed improving, you know, that ease of expulsion and the pooping regularity for people. So very on topic. Anyway, Lindy and I have been taking seed for about 3 years now and loving it. You know, she's always touting her improvements. And if you would like to try Seed's DS01 Daily Symbiotic, you can just click the link below and use the code Mike25 for 25% off your first month's supply. All right. Anyway, on to the next myth. Myth number 3.
I didn't realize Mike the Vegan had so many subs. 400k is like, is that similar to Earthling Ed levels? It's kind of bigger than I was giving him credit for in my mind. I appreciate that he's bringing up RCTs during his ad reads even. Oh yeah, fuck, it is similar to Earthling Ed. Fair play to the guy. I don't know why more of these very big YouTubers don't stream more. Perhaps I just don't fucking need to, eh? I love the streaming. Yeah, it's nice doing it live and having the chat and everything. And then it also makes quite easy YouTube video uploads as well, because I can just clip the streams. But yeah, well, fair play, Mike, on being nearly on par with Earthling Ebb for sub count, and also for reading out RCTs during your ad read. I appreciate it.
Electrolyte supplements are normal and all of this is natural. There's this whole narrative here that we are apex predators that are designed to be eating all of this meat all of the time. But then I have to ask, do lions need to take all the electrolyte supplements that these carnivores are constantly taking? I don't think so. A large portion of the discussions that I see on these carnivore forums is about electrolytes, how they're probably not taking enough supplements or taking LMNT, which is a certain brand, which I'm pretty sure stands for Lion Man Needs This. But what's up with this? What's the explanation for why these people need to down these electrolytes all the time just to feel normal? And we'll talk about the symptoms, but here is a carnivore life coach, Kate, 500,000 subscribers on YouTube. Here she is.
On any version of a low carbohydrate diet, whether that be a carnivore diet or a keto diet, we need more electrolytes. This is because when insulin levels are low, as they are when you restrict carbohydrates, the kidneys excrete more sodium, and this disrupts other electrolyte levels as well.
Yeah, the body is so clearly designed to be consuming carbs that when you don't, your insulin level goes so low that you need to add random minerals in high amounts just to not feel like you're gonna pass out. Yeah, and of course down below she sells some fancy type of salt, but it interestingly doesn't appear that lions need to get sodium from any other source. They're just able to eat meat. Their body is adapted to do that. It might be a little bit of a red flag that these carnivorous animals don't need to be taking large amounts of electrolyte supplements, but yeah, anyway. And to combine things together here, ironically, as this study found, going back to kidney stones, high meat and higher sodium intake both made kidney stone resistance worse. Yeah, so what's happening if you don't get these electrolytes more specifically? Well, one of those things in the short term at least is the keto flu, perhaps other issues in the long term, but from LMNT's website, headaches, fatigue, cramps, and other symptoms of keto flu often follow when we don't get enough of these vital minerals, especially sodium, and as a result, people stagger around in a low energy, cranky fuzz. The truth is, those who eat a ketogenic, paleo, or low-carb diet simply need more sodium than the general population. I actually know somebody who's on a low-carb diet and passed out, so I just had to look it up, and yeah, the forums have quite a few cases of people just sharing their classic keto passing out stories. It's just a rite of passage for some people. And yes, we also see passing out on a carnivore diet specifically. That brings us to another sub-myth that all these weird, nasty symptoms are just, they're not that big of a deal. It's totally healthy.
Just last week, I had a subscriber asking me why she was experiencing heart palpitations since switching to carnivore. We realized that her sodium intake was probably lower than it should be. And since making that change, the palpitations have went away.
From a carnivore diet coach, heart palpitations, pounding heart, and flutters are a common side effect of the carnivore diet, but in most cases, it's usually temporary and nothing to worry about. They of course say that it could be from a lack of electrolytes. And from this carnivore.diet article approved by Sean Baker, carnivore extraordinaire, in addition to the keto flu, you could see leg cramps, constipation, bad breath, again, heart palpitations, decreased athletic performance, hair loss, and our next one that we're gonna get to, high LDL cholesterol, which they of course believe is just fine. And I would add on to this by saying the amount of cases of just diarrhea or constipation, it's just a yo-yo that I see on these forums, is nuts. And they're all like, oh, I've had diarrhea for months, but maybe someday I'll dump enough oxalates to cure my chronic diseases that you told me I have. The amount of nausea posts I see on forums is actually off the charts. Well, that brings us to myth number 4, which is that high LDL cholesterol, bad cholesterol, is just absolutely fine and healthy. In general, carnivore dieters and experts are either completely dismissing the dangers of LDL or massively downplaying them. I mean, we're talking about people often getting to 200, 300, 400, 500, even 1,000, as we'll discuss in a second, when under 100 is considered conventionally optimal, below 70, even better. And they're, of course, having to evolve the argument for this all the time. They have remnant cholesterol as an excuse, which I have a whole video on, and how that is not a valid excuse. I wish I could go into all the detail here again, but it'd be another 10 minutes. And then they also have the lean mass hyperresponder, like presentation, pre-study baseline results. Everyone's going, we're all immune, we're all lean mass hyperresponders. I have a whole video on that. But even the researchers who did that meekly warn that you're probably not a lean mass hyperresponder if you think you are. I am of the belief that it might as well be lean mass hyper smoker in defense of smoking because of the way that the research was done. But this is where I want to hit a particular excuse that I haven't addressed yet, and that is the notion that, oh, well, high LDL doesn't matter as long as your inflammation is low. You know, it's like you need a match to actually light the fire. Well, that's bogus. First,
yeah, okay. That's something... Avi has a good study on that in the study archives, where both cholesterol and inflammation are associated with higher health risks. I looked at that for a debate I did a little while ago. I have to have another look at that, though.
First of all, we have children who have familial hypercholesterolemia who obviously don't have high inflammation. They're children, but they have genes that make it so just their LDL goes up, and they have, you know, bad atherosclerosis. And then if you put them on LDL lowering medication, you can actually reverse the volume of those plaques. But it's not just my word here. We have multiple highly credentialed experts in this field saying the same thing about inflammation not being required. For example, Nutrition Made Simple interviewed a couple of them, like Professor Kaushik Ray, president of the European Atherosclerosis Society, who's published over 200 studies. Here he is.
So if you have inflammation, you accelerate this process. So it's an accelerant in that case, in that situation. But similarly, that if that wasn't true, so if you didn't have inflammation accelerating that process, you had zero inflammation, you'd still get atherosclerosis. But what would happen is the particles get into the wall and your body produces an inflammatory response.
And we also have a lipidologist out of a Lipoproteins Institute. That's Dr. William Cromwell, again, interviewed by Nutrition Made Simple. Here's what he says.
I am not a person who says that inflammation does not matter at all. I'm a person who says inflammation is not where it starts very frequently. Inflammation is added as the process gathers momentum and plaques become more mature over time. All right, so as a result, people say you have to have inflammation in order for ApoB to cause a plaque. You do not. But once we have a plaque, more ApoB feeds the plaque, it grows. And the more inflammation, the more the plaque not only grows, but becomes unstable and leads you to more event behavior.
So you heard it from him, and then more specifically, it's the case that LDL can enter the arterial wall through transcytosis. That doesn't require like a high level of chronic inflammation or anything like that. And of course, that can build up, and the more LDL you have, the more likely that that's going to happen. He talks about that for a sec.
The primary purpose of LDL particles is to transport cholesterol to the liver. That's its primary purpose.
That LDL...
By doing that, we're maintaining the normal physiology. But if it's around for long periods of time, and our quantity is high, it will transcytose into areas that are not its principal target.
And there's, of course, the excuses about the large, fluffy LDL, which I've gone into a bunch, and Cromwell covers that really well. You know, he's studying these lipid counts for a living, essentially. And I just have to add that it is the case that large versus small particles are not very different in size from this study, 23.5 versus 27.5 microns on average for large versus small. So it's not...
Okay, this is where I'm making some notes on the other tab here. There's so much wrong with this then, hey. It's interesting how like deep and in a way well put together the misinformation is. There's so many layers, there's so much to debunk. Like several times here he's like, I have to do a whole other video on this. This is not going to be feasible to go into here, right?
Not like a grape versus a basketball. It's like one orange versus a slightly smaller orange. And for the bigger picture, Mendelian randomization, looking at genetic difference, trials with that show that LDL is causal to atherosclerosis. That's the best data we have here. And obviously a ton of people have had their anecdotal cases of heart issues or cardiovascular issues on a carnivore diet, which have pretty much all been dismissed. But thankfully, that beauty YouTuber who I did a video on before that had a stroke has now gone to a plant-based diet with the help of Esselstyn, to try and fight it, despite originally convincing herself that it had nothing to do with the carnivore diet. But it is wild to see how the community responds. I mean, here's a guy essentially describing the symptoms of a heart attack. He even took enough electrolytes, and people are like, oh, that's from what you ate before your carnivore diet. And then we also have this person saying, whenever they add fatty meals as they're transitioning to carnivore, they get chest pain. They were recommended ox bile as a solution. All right, now we're gonna get even more into the nitty gritty with the last myth that I've left here, and that is myth number 5, that a carnivore diet doesn't give people scurvy, and also that your vitamin C requirement is lower. Carnivores are built differently. Yeah, you saw that vitamin C intake on the Chronometer app. It is the case that there's an abysmally low amount that they don't even count in meat, and that can vary a little bit, but it's still extremely low. So you're going to be really on the low end here. And just right in the beginning, I have to say that studies over and over again show that higher levels of vitamin C are associated with lower levels of mortality. So you want to be on the higher end. But I've seen many times carnivore doctors just completely denying there's no such thing as scurvy on a carnivore diet. Nobody gets it. I don't think it's super duper common because people are probably cheating and other things that we're going to talk about here. But James Blunt, the singer, got scurvy on his carnivore diet. I don't know why they never mentioned that. I'm scurvyful, it's true. But there are also some other cases in the literature here that I have not mentioned on this channel. So let's look to this case report. We have a young person out of Dubai eating an exclusively meat-based diet. Ironically, not just being anemic, but having straight up scurvy with skeletal issues. And the next one is easily my favorite title of any study I've read in a long time. It's Scurvy in an Unrepentant Carnivore. It's a 54-year-old Appalachian dude who ate essentially mostly canned beef for his diet. It wasn't looking good for him. He had a 4x2 centimeter sack of dark bloody fluid drained. He was then given vitamin C pills, but after running out of those and getting other health issues, he sought medical attention and admitted that his diet was still limited to canned beef. They go as far as to say that a diagnosis of scurvy can be made with not just symptoms, but also a diet that is devoid of fruits and vegetables together. And while I am stretching here a little bit, it is the case that there are quite a few scurvy symptoms on these carnivore forums like this one talking about keratosis pilaris, which is pretty common, but at least somebody recommended vitamin C, which I thought was interesting in the comments. Of course, you can get vitamin C from organ meats, but that's just gonna make you sick in another way because it's disgusting. So what do people use to dismiss this? Well, a lot of it has to do with claims by Dr. Chafee, for example, this carnivore doctor who is literally afraid of plants. I feel like the landscape section in Walmart, he'll just run the other way. They're trying to kill him, is what I responded to before. And he says this is a transporter competition issue. Here he is.
One of those is vitamin C as well. So when you're eating carbohydrates use a GLUT4 transporter to get into your system, be utilized around your body. Same transporter is used for vitamin C. When you're eating a bunch of carbohydrates, that drowns out the vitamin C, and so you need an overabundance of vitamin C in order to absorb the little that you need, and you really only need a little.
So is this true? Is there some traffic jam that occurs with your GLUT4 transporter with vitamin C here? Well, just even a quick look at the biology here shows that the main form of vitamin C, ascorbic acid, is actually transported using a sodium transporter. It is the oxidized version, dehydroascorbic acid, that uses GLUT4, as you can see from this diagram. So it makes it way less likely that there's some sort of weird traffic jam going on, which was just speculation in the first place. And not to get too in the weeds here, but he does go on and make what I think is a bogus claim that Vikings didn't get scurvy because they were eating so much meat, and meat helps them with vitamin C.
And look at the Vikings and things like that. They sailed all over the world. They sailed to the New World, and they were not bringing a bunch of lemons and limes. They had packed barrels full of salted meat, right? They didn't get scurvy.
But yeah, from this actually published paper, there is an Old Norwegian name for scurvy, skirbigur, which was first used in a Viking saga 1,000 years ago. And that
Yeah, I thought they famously did get scurvy. Isn't that where we first knew about scurvy? Sailors at sea who didn't have access to fresh fruit for many months. That seems like a weird framing.
The Old Norse population actually knew about how plants could help with it, such as cabbage, which, many people, historians I've read, say they just put cabbage on the ship too. And yeah, this is showing up on these Reddit forums with one post about their vitamin C deficiency in blood results, despite even eating liver for vitamin C. And the number one comment was that blood tests don't reflect tissue levels. And I should add that just in addition to that way lower mortality risk with higher vitamin C, low levels of vitamin C can have other symptoms that are notable, like leading to lower immune function, which we've seen bad results with that with COVID on low carb diets. This can occur after many weeks of deficient intake. But it's funny, this carnivore site was like putting the amount of vitamin C in meat up against the percent that you would need to prevent scurvy. And even though in the beginning of the article they said that you can eat enough to prevent scurvy, they're still landing at like 15 to 25% of what you would need. Like that's the goal that they have. It's like 1/9 as much as you need for your RDA. So in the end, while we covered some of these myths, I still feel like we're at the tip of the iceberg here. We didn't even touch on things like the Randall cycle and how carbs and fat like don't mix, or like weird isotope analyses for why we're meant to be carnivore. I didn't even touch on how something's ability to get rid of diabetes temporarily doesn't mean that it's healthy or really truly healing you in the long run. I mean, for example, Danielle Bellardo, cardiologist's patient going on a Coke binge who had diabetes and no longer having it when they came back just from lower calorie intake. Anyway, so I probably need to do a part 2, but it's pretty clear that there is a risk of not getting enough nutrients on a carnivore diet, which is so ironic because they're constantly like poo-pooing vegans for a lot of these nutrients that we're actually doing amazingly well on from the recent studies, like B12 having better status than meat eaters in some cases. And of course, whether we're talking about oxalates and oxalate dumping and causing disease, as well as electrolytes just being normal, natural, and necessary, and just random horrible symptoms all the time. Like, yeah, I think you're getting the idea that these carnivore diet people, might not be getting the best information, which again is unfortunate because they're just trying to be healthy, and a lot of these negative effects, like with LDL, can take a long time to develop, or they can really hurt people really fast, which is sad. So anyway, on that note, if you would like to try Seeds DS01 Daily Symbiotic, you can again click the link below and use the code Mike25 for 25% off your first month's supply. And again, comment what you think the biggest myth I missed, or if I should do a sequel. Like, subscribe, get me to 400K, all that good stuff, and thanks for watching.
I will say it's a little bit I was talking the other day about how looking at studies funding source is like a very standard thing that people do, and then they want to go, well, this is funded by XYZ source and therefore it's irrelevant or wrong. Obviously, that's not true by itself. I kind of think there's a similar version of that criticism for people selling supplements and stuff like this. Like, it's fine to do that. Now, it could, it does introduce potential conflict of interest, but I don't think these sponsorships are going to be as much as people think they are. Like, this guy has 400K YouTube subs. I don't think he's like really needs the cash from flogging supplements if he doesn't really believe in them, right? I don't know. It's just something I noticed there. And again, like ads is how influencers will make their money oftentimes. So you got to expect, like with Earthling Ed and the toothbrush, right? It's like, fair play, go get that toothbrush money. But I feel like a lot of vegans in particular kind of have the idea that money's the root of all evil or something like this, and that if you're selling anything, it must be some kind of big problem. European sailors discovered scurvy and their captain was having marmalades. Didn't get it put together. Oh, interesting. Yeah, okay. I thought there was a thing. I thought there was a thing about the sailors, yeah. Scurvy etymology is interesting, yeah. That Norwegian word, huh? Okay, let's have a little look at what we've got so far in terms of notes for this debate. We think that there's going to be the evolutionary argument, the human physiology argument, and then other mechanistic things. We also have this spurious correlation of higher animal consumption with, or is it longer life expectancy, I guess? Longer life expectancy worldwide, which is an ecological fallacy. Since high meat consumption countries also have higher incomes. I've just spammed the stream link into a few chats that might be able to, might have some people who know about this. I feel like there's very good knowledge of just like what kind of talking points are going to come up. And some of them are sort of pre-bunked. Well, most of them, I guess, at this point. These can go on my claims to be aware of on the other slide, on the other tab. I should come and put some structure to all of this in a moment. Oh yeah, the raw milk thing we need to look at. So, without having read really anything about this topic, my understanding is that, well, I don't know why they claim that it's healthy. I guess they claim that it's just it's like an intuitive anti-processing thing, right? Yeah, exactly. Soy daddy, better healthcare. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Sour milk swelling got conflated with an English word that previously means scabby. So we've got, yeah, the raw milk thing. I'm imagining that the intuition is just that it's unprocessed and therefore less processing equals good, right? That seems to be a lot of what this comes down to. And in fact, there are endemic diseases which you can get from like untreated bacterial infections, basically, in raw milk, in non-pasteurized milk. I'm pretty sure it's illegal to sell raw milk in the UK. But let's do a bit of perplexity reading on this topic. Tell me about the health impacts of consuming raw milk. Drinking raw, unpasteurized milk can provide the same basic nutrients as pasteurized milk, but also carries meaningful health risks because it can carry harmful bacteria that are normally killed by pasteurization. Yeah. Provides the same basic nutrients. Okay, nothing about quantity so far. For most people, the potential downsides outweigh any claimed benefits, and major public health bodies advise against routine consumption of raw milk, especially by children, pregnant people, older adults, and those with weakened immune systems. Okay, interesting. For most people, okay, there's a little bit of hedging going on here. Raw milk, food safety from the CDC. FDA, unpasteurized milk can pose a serious health risk. Really? Bobby Kennedy's FDA? Surprised this page is still up. Content current as of, yeah, end of May 2024. So this is not put out under the Trump admin, but it's still up. It's still up. Raw milk consumption risks and benefits. All right, that seems worth having a look at. Okay. Main health risks. Raw milk can be contaminated with pathogens such as E. coli, including very dangerous strains like O157, Salmonella, Campylobacter, and Listeria. Yeah, these are like the big four for infectious diseases in animal products in general. E. coli, Salmonella, Campylobacter, and Listeria. Which enter the milk from animal feces, udder infections, or unhygienic equipment. Infection can cause diarrhea, vomiting, abdominal cramps, fever, and sometimes severe complications such as kidney failure, Guillain-Barré syndrome, or chronic arthritis. From 1998 to 2018, the CDC linked 202 outbreaks to raw milk, causing over 2,600 illnesses and hundreds of hospitalizations, with children disproportionately affected. In some estimates, raw or unpasteurized dairy products cause roughly 800 to 1,000 times more illnesses and many more hospitalizations per serving than pasteurized products. Wow, okay, that's good to know. Hundreds of hospitalizations, children disproportionately affected. 800 to 1,000 times more illnesses, many more hospitalizations than serving of pasteurized products. I guess I only care about this to some. I don't really care too much about raw versus pasteurized milk, right? Seems like it is a lot worse, or like a lot riskier. Where's that 800 to 1,000 from? But we're only going to spend a little bit of time on this because at the end of the day, it's like zero impact on animal product consumption if that's the comparison. Now, if you're talking about raw milk versus soy milk, then now I'm interested. What's the source for 800 to 1,000 times more illnesses per serving? That'd be a good one to be able to bring up because I know this guy's going to talk about raw milk, so. Risk for vulnerable groups. Pregnant women are at particular risk from listeria in raw milk, which can cause miscarriage, premature birth, or severe infections in the newborn, even if the mother's symptoms are mild. Young children, older adults, and people with conditions such as diabetes, cancer, or immunosuppression are also more likely to have severe illnesses or complications from raw milk-borne infections. Okay. Seems worth noting. Particularly high risks for young children and pregnant women. Can cause all the things. Miscarriage, premature birth, severe infection. Good to know just like a few of the basic facts about the risks to be able to reel them off in the debate. Here we go. Alleged benefits versus evidence. Advocates sometimes claim that raw milk has better digestion, stronger immunity, or reduced allergy or asthma risk, often citing data from farm milk cohorts or raw milk drinking communities. Some observational studies in children and adults have reported associations between early life raw milk consumption and lower rates of asthma, hay fever, or sensitization to some allergens, although these findings are not fully consistent and may be affected by other farm-related exposures, e.g. animals, dust, microbes. Right, okay. Interesting. So, yeah, I wonder if you find similar correlations between lower rates of hay fever and tractor driving, for example. So this is this another ecological fallacy type thing, where it's you could have some correlational evidence that there's lower rates of asthma and so on from raw milk drinking communities, but that's because they're raised on farms, not because of the raw milk consumption. Okay, that's worth knowing about. Some evidence for lower rates of asthma. And what were the other things? Hay fever, sensitization to allergens. Hay fever, allergies among raw milk drinking communities, but usually just a result of being raised on farms. Other exposures. Tractor driving probably also associated with lower rates of hay fever. And that's what I mean about the analogies and the metaphors like that. Like, it's a very useful way to make the point, I think. Because if you're very locked onto this story from like an ideological perspective, and you're in the carnivore community and everything else, I think it's often helpful to bring in some analogy that can cut through that kind of programming and make the point. However, systematic reviews and public health agencies generally conclude that there is no strong, consistent evidence that raw milk is meaningfully healthier than pasteurized milk, and that any hypothetical benefits do not outweigh the documented infection risk. Nutrient profiles broadly similar. Pasteurization does not materially reduce the overall nutritional value of milk. Depasteurized milk is often fortified with vitamin D, which raw milk usually lacks. Okay, interesting. So, no difference between nutritional profiles of real milk versus pasteurized. Yeah, tell him, Tristan. It's fucking kicking off here. VT, you gotta chill. All right, you might get yeeted. Don't get yeeted now. No difference between nutrition. And what was the other thing? Oh yeah, okay. So there's vitamin D fortification, and okay, no consistent evidence of health benefits. No consistent evidence of health benefits from raw versus pasteurized milk. Again, I'm not going to spend too much time on this because it's not a point that I care loads about arguing. I just know that he's going to bring it up, and I feel like there's some pretty easy counter arguments, so good to have. Practical takeaway: for most people, the safest choice is pasteurized milk, which keeps the core nutrients while dramatically lowering the risk of serious foodborne illness. If someone chooses to consume raw milk despite the risk, they should assume the contamination is possible, even with good quality sounding farm milk. Yeah, as opposed to what, right? Avoid giving it to children or pregnant people and seek medical care promptly if symptoms such as bloody diarrhea, high fever, or persistent vomiting occur. Yeah, okay, so there are meaningful risks. Oh yeah, no, and systematic reviews show there are meaningful risks and there's no meaningful benefits, basically. Meaningful risks of K-Li salmonella, Campylobacter, and Listeria. And we'll just note what was the one that they said is especially bad? 0157 or something like that. Yeah, that's exactly it. Of E. coli, right? Yeah, that's right, Bretta. Chill, race, chill. All right, V2. Well, we'll see. We'll see. So we've got. Let's do a little bit of organizing of all of this because it's kind of a bit of a jumble at the moment. We'll start off talking about the hierarchy of evidence. I think that's a really important thing to get on the table at the start. Interestingly, I was looking for some diagrams of hierarchy of evidence, and I'm looking for like mechanistic speculation towards the bottom. Like, you know, it was going to be low down in the hierarchy. Where am I going to find? Where am I going to find the thing about mechanistic evidence being a weak form of evidence, or mechanistic theorizing, right? And most of them don't actually even show it. I don't think I found one that shows mechanism on a hierarchy of evidence at all. And if you think about it, it's actually not evidence. It's just theory. So you have theory and evidence, and mechanism is just theory, is no evidence. So it doesn't even make it onto the bottom of the hierarchy of evidence, is what we're tending to see. Hey Revel Car, hey Hummus. Chill, Rich. Chill, chill. It's kicking off in here. Yeah, Soy Daddy, sort them out. I appreciate you. Right, okay. Then we've got studies to be aware of, studies supporting better health outcomes for plant-based. So we can put probably some of these together. Claims to be aware of evidence of harms. We can put this in claims to be aware of. I need a bit of a better way of organizing this, hey? So I think what we're going to do is have these categories kind of make sense to me. We're going to have the hierarchy of evidence is kind of its own thing that we're going to lay out at the start, because I think that's just important to get on the table. Then we're going to have the studies that show the better health outcomes in plant-based diets. Which I guess we can put evidence from harm from carnivore, but again, is not strictly carnivore, so you know, I don't want to put too much weight on this section as well. This is kind of a subsection of this, right? Or two sides of the same coin, you could say. Yeah, I might put this on the next tab just because it's not really fitting with this model. Yeah, that can go with seed oils for now. Environment and ethics. I really don't think we can discuss that much at all. Fruits want to be eaten, yeah. There's the fiber thing. All right, well, I guess I should really base this around how he is, or like the talking points that he's given me. So let's do a new one here. Structured. Sorry, my dog's going crazy downstairs. That's because the Hoover's out. Should have known. Is that very loud on stream? It's not super loud, is it? You can hear him in the background, right? Right. So yeah, okay. So, all right. So we've got the hierarchy of evidence thing, and then we've got plant-based evidence, and then we've got animal-based evidence. Now let's kind of copy things across and we can structure them a bit more. And I'm open to feedback on the contents and on the structure here. So, you know, if anyone in chat has clues for me, then we can get into it. So, is this the way to structure it? I think so. Okay, let's do. This is kind of for like where it lives in the debate, and then we're going to have subsections for specific claims or specific like lines of argument, and then I can link the evidence underneath those. I think that's the thing to do. So we've got the cellulose thing, the fiber thing, the evolution thing. Cellulose, fiber, evolution. The UPF thing / multiple ingredients thing. I guess I'll put them as one. Should I put that as one? I don't know. Yeah, okay. UPF / multiple ingredients. And then what else have we got just based from his claims here? This is what he's given me at the start. Okay, we're also expecting some stuff on physiology, I guess. And the what shall I call that, spurious correlation? High income correlation, I'll put. Or high income country correlation. Physiology. So these are like talking points more than anything, but this is from what he's given me, so I think this is kind of be like roughly a guide to where he's going with it. A lot of this I feel is going to come under the same kind of category. That's why I think the hierarchy of evidence thing is so important to start off with. So so we've got RCTs, epidemiology, and case studies. Then I'll put mechanistic speculation, which is what it is really. Anything else relevant that we've seen here? Oh yeah, we had some self-selected, self-reported surveys, which is probably one up from case studies, self-reported surveys. Oh yeah, okay, let's leave it at that. So these are the main talking points I got at the moment for the animal-based evidence. All right, I should really put argument, because again, these are not, a lot of these are not actually counting as evidence. Not even to the level of counting as weak evidence, they're in fact just not evidence. All right, we got this down to 3 pages. That's a bit more manageable to look at now. Okay, so that's that. Social better health outcomes for plant-based studies to be aware of, and I guess I have a separate section called claims to be aware of, which is weird. Why have I done it like that? Geez, a lot of this is really spelled out notes as I was watching the Sean Baker debate. I don't know what a lot of it means in retrospect. Okay, so let's do then a few. We remember these ones. So I'll make some more detailed notes on these, I guess. Adventist Health, Harvard Health, Nurses Health, Epic Oxford, Cooper Clinic in Dallas. All right, let's see if there is, well, let's see what other big epidemiological studies we might be missing. Okay, so this is the CDC paper. What big epidemiological studies might I be missing from? For a debate on plant-based versus animal-based diets. All right, so this is the CDC source for that 800 to 1,000 times more illnesses per serving. Which again, I'll put this over here. Raw milk associated with 800 to 1,000 times more illnesses per serving. This is pasteurized milk. Nice. Okay, what are big epidemiological studies might be missing? Big picture debate on plant-based and animal-based diets. Probably want to have both classical veg versus omni cohorts and the newer plant-based index work in mind. Plus some big Asian cohorts. Here are a few major ones you haven't listed. Health professionals follow-up study. Male counterpart to Nurses Health. The Nurses Health's only females, was it? Oh, Epic, wider than Epic Oxford, okay. Multiple European cohorts looking at gradations of plant-based patterns, red processed meat and instant CVD, cancer and mortality. Okay. So there's a couple more we can add to the list. And we'll just get the kind of main headline findings for each of these at this stage. And we'll have a look at some. Chris doing all this work is going to come down to meat yummy. Yeah, true. Yeah, true. Once cultivated meat's common, there could be vegan carnivore dieters. Yeah, very true. Artemis 2 and Chris's debate. I don't know what Artemis 2 is. Plant-based diet index work within big cohorts. These are key because they shift away from vegetarian versus omnivore to healthy versus unhealthy plant-based diet. Okay, I'm not sure if this is going to be super relevant just because it's not about animal versus plant-based, right? Useful recent high-level syntheses. These aren't single kills, but infringement debates. Umbrella reviews on vegetarian vegan diets and long-term health, summarising multiple kills, ischemic heart disease, cancer, lipids, BMI, etc. Well, looks like it's going to be the same study. Meta-analysis of plant-based diet indices and CVD. Yeah, okay. So again, the plant-based diet indices, if that's comparing within different types of plant-based diet, I'm not that interested at this stage. Rough map of the main human evidence streams. Well, this is useful. Vegetarian vegan cohorts, general cohorts with plant-based indices, Asian cohorts with low meat but not veg. Okay, not vegetarian or vegan, alright. Evidence syntheses, yeah, okay, so HPDI, UPDI. Oh, this is the healthy plant-based versus. Alright, yeah, okay, we don't really care about that at this point. Let's see. So which ones do we not have? Health professionals follow-up study, that was the other one. I'm always tempted to make more and more subcategories, but I guess I'll resist doing that for now. Let's actually get links and like one-line summaries for each of these as well. Give me links and one-line summaries for each of these studies. Also list other studies I am missing. The Bernline format, that's fine. 73,000 Seventh-day Adventist vegetarians had about 12% lower all-cause mortality than non-vegetarians over about 6 years, with particularly lower cardiovascular and non-cancer mortality. Okay, interesting. I've heard people say that Adventists. Oh, okay. I never put two and two together with that. I've heard people say that this epidemiology is problematic because the vegetarians are Seventh-day Adventists and they're doing a bunch of other stuff beyond vegetarianism to do with that particular religion. But it sounds like these are all Seventh-day Adventists in this cohort. So that's probably not going to be that relevant then. Okay, 12% lower all-cause mortality than non-vegetarians over about 6 years. Oh, okay, yeah. Fuck me. That's also something Garth Davis brought up. Okay, good. Vegetarians versus non-vegetarians. had 12% lower all-cause mortality over a 6-year period. And then I'll note these are all from the 7th day. Well, let's say all 73,000 participants are Seventh-day Adventists following, I'll say no drinking, smoking, etc. So confounds are largely controlled for. Nice. You know what, let's make these a little bigger and then we can start to get a bit more of structure in here. Wow, there's 10 people here watching me make a Google Doc. I love it. I'm so pleased to have found a properly nerdy audience. I mean that with all the love, by the way, because obviously I am also nerdy. But yeah, I would have thought most people would assume they have something better to be doing on their Sunday than watching somebody make a Google Doc like this, but we got the real ones in the Vegan 2.0 community. The China study, yeah, I've heard of it, but I don't really know about it. I'm not sure if it is even a particular cohort. It might be this one, huh? I'm not sure if it's even a particular cohort. Just I know it's the name of a book, right? And then they could be talking about a bunch of different evidence in there. I really don't know, honestly, but yeah, good question. I wouldn't be surprised if it's that one there, China Kadoorie Biobank. Okay, so that's the Seventh-day Adventists, and there's the link. Let's copy that as well. Oh, goodness me. Put it like this. Harvard Health Diet, then. Association of plant-based diet adherence with risk of mortality, cancer, and cardiovascular disease. Higher adherence to a healthful plant-based diet index. This is the plant-based diet index, right? Okay, so it's differentiating between different types of, I mean, I guess we'll include it. It's good to know about. Showed. Now, what was the actual thing here? All-cause mortality, CVD, and cancer. All right, that's the normal. That's what they're normally talking about. Showed better outcomes for all-cause mortality, cancer, and CVD for healthful plant-based diets. Worse outcomes for, well, let's put healthy, for unhealthy plant-based diets. So meta-analysis of disease and eating patterns throughout all of China. Okay, interesting. Well, let's see. We'll get to that China one, and we'll see if that's what that is. PDI, HPI. All right, so this is gonna be another healthy versus unhealthy plant-based. Sounds like. Across multiple cohorts, including NHS, higher plant-based diet index scores were associated with lower all-cause cardiovascular and cancer mortality, especially in older adults. Higher plant-based index, does that mean more plant-based diets? Plant-based diet. Okay, yes it does. And this is a meta-analysis. So was this one that I asked for? This is the Nurses' Health Study, is it? Okay. Including NHS, higher plant-based diet index. Yeah, okay. All right, well that's also higher plant-based diet index a more plant-based diet associated with lower cancer, CVD, and all-cause mortality. By the way, this is all epidemiology so far, which a lot of the anti-plant-based people like to criticize because it can have confounds. It's not necessarily, it's correlational, and so on. And that's why it's so important to start off with the hierarchy of evidence piece, just because they're going to need to present something stronger than that for their case. I think we're structuring evidences with capital A. I think we're structuring this so that we kind of both have a burden of proof, because he is arguing that an animal-based diet's healthier, and I'm arguing that a plant-based diet's healthier. Now, I kind of see that as two sides of the same coin. But yeah, it's good to know that it's good to have this hierarchy of evidence on the table first, and I guess I'll do some sort of explanation of this, try and get him to agree with that at the start. Because as we've seen, so much of the so-called evidence for the animal-based diet is mechanistic speculation, which is going to be the weakest thing here. Oh, that's interesting, Tristan. Poor rural plant-based eaters have lower levels of disease compared to more wealthy urban folks who can afford to indulge in meat and other animal products. Yeah, that's super interesting, because you would have thought that the income would be associated with obviously better health outcomes, right, as we see in the international correlational things. Yeah, he's getting there, Bretta. Yeah, you're not wrong. I don't mind having non-vegans in here, but I don't want you to be disruptive and being fucking like starting shit in the chat and stuff like that. So VT, you're probably on track for getting yeeted. A couple of people have voted for at this stage. Well, yeah, I gather that. Yeah, I have to crystallize exactly what the rule is going to be. It's certainly no non-vegans. I'm tempted to say no anti-vegans. Even then, I think it could be helpful if the engagement is helpful and thought-provoking. But if you're, starting rucks in chat and putting other people coming in the stream, it's not helpful. Right, Epic Oxford. Epic Oxford vegetarians have 23% lower ischemic heart disease risk than meat eaters, no clear overall mortality advantage. This is interesting. Diabetes risk was also lower, partly mediated by BMI. Vegetarians have 23% lower ischemic heart disease risk, but no lower overall mortality risk. And that is a bit of an outlier based on what we've seen so far, right? Because all of these are specifying CVD, but also overall mortality. And then what was the other thing it said on this? Diabetes risk was also, okay. And lower risk for diabetes, partially mediated by BMI, but no overall lower mortality risk. Right, China. Is this the China study? Let's have a look. Probably get muted here in the future, I agree. Well, blocking Dennis was a good investment, the gift that keeps on giving. Yeah, many people are saying this, Amos. Yeah, I yeeted the first person from my Discord the other day. The who's that guy? Like Red Wild, is it? Something like that. Which again, same thinking. Like, it's fine to have non-vegans in the community. I think that's actually kind of based if we can get a helpful community broader than just a small number of vegans, but having an unhelpful community is obviously unhelpful. Maybe example finding from China Kaduri Biobank. More than 500,000 adults, blimey. Higher fresh fruit and generally more plant forward patterns will link to substantially lower all-cause CVD, cancer, and COPD mortality. What is that? COPD, I know what that is. Chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. Red Wild's another one, yeah. Yep. Okay, so here we've got the big three that we normally have and also COPD, and it's the largest sample size by a mile that we've seen so far. So what was it? How do they describe it? Fresh fruit and generally more plant forward patterns. Okay. Diets with more fresh fruit and generally more plant forward patterns associated with low risk of cancer, CVD, all-cause mortality, and COPD. And let me make a note of what that stands for again. Chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. Okay, we'll do the two more of these that we've got so far, and then there's another couple of things. I'm tempted to put these in a different category. Or let's just do a line between them for now, huh? Japan Public Health Center cohort. A prudent Japanese pattern rich in vegetables, fruit, soy, seaweed, and fish was associated with lower all-cause and cardiovascular mortality compared with more westernized patterns. Okay, is this really plant-based versus animal-based though? This is kind of something else, right? Dietary patterns are derived from the principal component analysis. So what patterns did we have? prudent pattern, westernized pattern, traditional Japanese pattern. Okay, and what did that entail? Getting low and high quartiles. Okay, so I guess the question is, what's the prudent pattern saying on meat intake or animal products intake? Meat 68 and 46. Wait, what? How is the Q1 higher than the Q4? Is this okay? Is this a bit of like this is the overall dietary pattern? So the Q4, which is like greater adherence to the prudent pattern overall, is lower meat intake. Is that the idea? We also don't really have. This is your mean plus minus standard error. So we also don't have the mean or median intake for each category here necessarily. We better ask about this. Okay, so prudent pattern versus westernized pattern. And we got all cause and cardiovascular mortality. Low risk of all cause and cardiovascular mortality. Yeah, I noticed that's what he would say. I'm on a plant-based diet, and just wasn't. I guess he was saying he's more than 50%. Oh, I don't even meant that. But let's say he meant more than 50% of his diet is plants, but that is not what plant-based diet is normally meaning, right? Yeah, plant-based means eating plants and meat to him. Yeah, that's what I would say in normal usage on us. I think there could be some reasonable definition which is like 90% plus plants. We saw in the Garth Davis and Sean Baker debate, Garth Davis said, well, I'm vegan, but I don't necessarily tell my patients to be strict vegan, but I do tell them to be plant-based, i.e. eating mostly plants. So I think that's like a reasonable use of the term, but yeah, not if you. That guy said he's eating meat several times a week still. Like it's not. I think that's any reasonable definition of plant-based, right? Oh, that's the wrong link. I wonder how much I'm going to really need these links, honestly. I'll just highlight this. Or, well, let's ask now, hey. In the Japan study, what was the difference in mean meat consumption? Or what was the mean meat consumption, let's say? It might not say for each of the dietary patterns. And I'll put this study doesn't seem to really be about animal-based versus plant-based. Then what we've got here, example synthesis using HPFS and plant-based indices, plant-based diet, and all cause risk of all-cause mortality. Pooled US cohorts including HPFS. What is that? Oh, Harvard Health. Nah, I won't guess. HPFS. Whoops. Why am I not seeing any definition of what that is? HPFS. Probably not. Health Professionals Follow-Up Study. Okay, that's alright. It's the acronym for this study. Health Professional Follow-Up. Okay, yeah, alright, that makes sense. Pool US cohorts including Health Professional Follow-Up Study. Higher overall health and healthy plant-based diet scores predicted lower total and cardiovascular mortality, whereas unhealthful plant-based diet predicted higher mortality. Okay, so that's actually similar to this one, the nurses' health. Wait, no. It was this one, right? UK Biobank were methodologically similar to Harvard HP. Alright. Okay. Higher overall and healthy plant-based diet scores, particularly lower total and cardiovascular mortality. Plant-based diet scores predict lower total and cardiovascular mortality. And I'll note the higher unhealthy plant-based diet scores predict higher mortality. Alright, then we've got a few others that are mentioned here. Okay. Other big epidemiological sources you may be missing. Okay, this is Adventist Health Study, right? Oh, there's two of them. Okay, that's worth knowing. Covers semi-vegetarian and low meat patterns plus substitution analysis for rare processed meat versus plant. Alright, that sounds useful. Alright, let's get links and summaries for... Well, what did we already have? Is this AH... Oh yeah, that's AHS2. Alright, so let's get AHS1. And... Epic. UK Biobank. Do we already have this one? I'm sure we just were reading about UK Biobank up here, no? Well, this is from that a study from that data, I guess. Alright, well, let's ask for it, see if it is giving anything different. 14 prospective studies, concluding the higher PDI associated with low. Okay, this is umbrella meta-analyses. Alright, well that's worth having as well. And that's the Japanese one again. So it is giving me some doubles here. That's worth noting. And then what did it say about the Japan thing? Most paper in a clean animal-based plant-based diet has 3 mixed patterns with an already relatively plant-heavy context. They report meat intake by pattern as grams a day factor in a simple way. They do give some clues. Westernized diet explicitly characterized by high intake of meat and processed meat plus bread and dairy with low salt. Proven patterns characterized by vegetables, fruits, soy, seaweed, mushrooms, and fish, but not particularly high meat diet. Yeah, I think I'm going to leave the Japan one just because it seems not super relevant. It's not. There's not like a massive difference probably in plant versus animal based on that, so we'll get rid of that one. And then we've got, I guess, 2 or 3 more. Study 2. We're going to do Adventist Health Study 1. Then we've got UK Biobank, which we might have already looked at, I reckon. And then also Epic, broader Epic. European Perspective Investigation into Cancer and Nutrition. Plant-based diets and long-term health. Oh, they're telling me about Epic Oxford again. I want the Epic, not Oxford. Alright, well here's AHS1. 34,000 California Adventists, follows 6 years. Vegetarians have substantially lower risk of fatal and non-fatal coronary heart disease compared with meat eaters, with risk doubling for obese, diabetic, or smoking Adventists. Okay. Substantially lower. Interesting wording. Why are they not saying significantly lower? 34,000 for 6 years, and fatal and non-fatal heart disease. Vegetarians versus non-vegetarians had substantially lower risk of fatal and non-fatal heart disease over a 6-year period. And then we've got okay. Smoking and being obese is bad, right? Who would have guessed? Higher health and 16. Okay, so I think this is the same one that we've got, right? The healthful and unhealthful. This one, right? Oh no, that's Harvard Health. Okay, fuck me. Alright, this I'm an idiot. The study's done by Harvard, but it's relating to UK Biobank. Alright. UK Biobank, Harvard Health. Okay. Alright, so that's that. And then tell me about Epic, not Oxford is what I want. I should turn this on. Tell me about the health impacts noted in the Epic study, not Epic Oxford. Oh, bugger. Tell me about the health impacts in the Epic study, not Epic Oxford. I guess that's not working. I guess that's not working. Doesn't have 1 kilo paper. Alright, well maybe that's not quite so relevant for us then. Across 31 cohorts including Epic. Alright, a lot of them use many cohorts then, huh? Probably should have been doing this by paper rather than cohort like this. But alright. 8% lower all cause, 12% lower cardiovascular mortality. And was it vegetarian or it's plant heavy? Higher plant protein intake. Associated with 8% lower all cause mortality and 12% lower CVD mortality. Plant protein intake versus animal protein intake. Across 31 cohorts including Epic. So we'll have a look what else is in here. Epic plant-based diet indices show no significant correlation to CVD, diabetes, mortality, or most cancers. Some subgroups have modest benefits or risks. Composition of plant-based diets again. So, okay. Plant-based indices, yeah. Novel indices balancing plant versus animal foods in Epic showed stronger plant balance linked to lower CVD risk with dose-response relationships. Novel indices. I mean, if it's talking about plant versus animal foods, I guess that's fine. Plant versus animal foods. Stronger plant balance linked to lower CVD risks. Alright. Stronger plant balance and plant versus animal foods into lower CVD risk. And that's another analysis of the Epic cohort. Right then. So this is something that was mentioned in the what do you call it? Garth Davis and Sean Baker debate. Hey, this is also Nurses Health Study, so I can put this up in the someone sent me this in chat. I think it was Poe, was it? With that nice red and green table. Hey, Krassal, nice to see you. Yes, this is the kind of helpful advice that I need. I appreciate that. Study Archives Discord is great for sources. See the Cresswell Wilkes debate category on the side. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, really? Avi did? That's cool. Cresswell on all the health nutrition channels. I appreciate that, Cresswell. Yeah, I'll check that out. Is that Discord? Is that yeah. So, is that Discord stream friendly? Oh, hey Po. Yeah, I'm talking about this study with that nice red and green table of the different foods associated with their risk. No, it wasn't this one, was it? It's this one here. Is it you that sent me this? Trans fats, total meats, red and processed meat. This is like negatively correlated with these health outcomes. We need a link for Adventist 1 as well, don't we? Was it this? Oh no, this is Epic. This is Adventist 1. Here we go. Right, so that's a bunch of studies with pretty much always good health outcomes for the plant-based diets. There was a couple in here which were kind of a wash. No low overall mortality risk for this analysis of Epic Oxford. We did have another Epic Oxford one that was cited, right? Okay, this one's saying it's pretty much a wash also. But most of the big cohort studies are pretty much supportive of more plant-based diets. Damn, I'm thinking about how to structure this. So this is mostly epidemiology. Now I know that we've got also some short-term RCTs, in particular on plant-based meat alternatives. So that's also something that we can talk about, because I know he's going to talk about UPFs and food with multiple ingredients and so on. I know some of this evidence decently well, but let's get a summary here. Tell me about the systematic reviews comparing health markers for consumption of meat versus plant-based meat. There's at least 2 systematic reviews that I have in mind. Let's see if they find them. Plant-based meat analogues generally show modest advantages over animal meat for cardiometabolic markers like lipids, body weight, and short-term trials, but evidence is limited by small studies and heterogeneity. Systematic reviews highlight mixed results on inflammation and hormones with no long-term RCTs yet. 19 human intervention studies, mostly less than 8 weeks. PBMAs increased satiety, had lower protein bioavailability, and showed mixed effects on hormones, microbiota, lipids, inflammation, and vascular function with no major performance impacts. Oh, interesting. This might be one I haven't seen, you know. Increase in satiety. Low protein bioavailability, smaller increase in plasma, essentially increase in animal meat. Muscle protein synthesis and performance were not affected. Other outcomes such as pancreatic and gastrointestinal hormones, oxidative stress, and inflammation. Scarcely investigated. Okay, when's this? 2024. Okay. So what do we have here? Increased satiety. Did this one mention cholesterol at all? I guess not. Increased satiety and no impact on muscle function or physical performance. Systematic review, increased satiety from PB, no impact on muscle synthesis or physical performance. Notes, limited length of studies and heterogeneity. And a wash on some other indicators. To be fair, no difference in health outcomes when we use the pro-BB argument. Yeah, I mean, it's stream friendly at the moment. Alright, that's good to know. Well, we'll have to pull that up then. I have used the study archives before for debate prep and found it to be super helpful. So yeah, thank you for reminding me of that, Grassel. Alright, babe, well, I appreciate your energy anyway. And your energy. Alright, so that was one of the two. Let's have a look at the other one. Meta-analysis of RCTs up to 8 weeks, found substituting... Okay, so this is the cholesterol. Substituting meat with plant-based meat alternatives reduced LDL-C by 12%, total cholesterol by 6%, and body weight by 1%. More than 4 studies per outcome. No changes in HDL, triglycerides, BP, blood pressure, or glucose. Okay, nice. Meta-analysis for RCT, and that's the more recent one, huh? Was there another one? I feel like there's another one. Didn't Matthew Nagra have one of these? Or maybe that was just a trial, not a systematic review. Meta-analysis found PBMA versus animal meat led to... let's see if I can remember. 12% lower LDL cholesterol, 6% lower total cholesterol, and 1% lower body weight. Check that. Yes, I am a genius. Confirmed. No changes in HDL, triglycerides, blood pressure, or glucose. That seems fine. Common findings across reviews. PBMAs often lead to lower postprandial TMAO. Nice, okay, yeah. This I remember from one of the trials. This is a cardiovascular disease risk marker. LDL cholesterol and body weight compared with beef or processed meat with greater satiety and sometimes favourable gut microbiota shifts. Inflammation markers and vascular function show conflicting or null results, possibly due to shorter durations and small samples. Protein quality is lower, but muscle synthesis and performance are unaffected in short trials. Most evidence from acute or short interventions with high risk of bias, e.g. poor blinding. Yeah. No long-term data on CVD events or cancer. Mycoprotein-based PBMAs. Oh yeah, so this is actually... That's interesting. That's something that my debate opponent mentioned in his notes. The short-term health markers are not long-term outcomes, which of course is true. But that is, I mean, it's a criticism of the strength of the evidence for plant-based meat alternatives being healthier. But it's notable that there's actually no evidence presented to the contrary. Hey, and Def. Yeah, it's going well. I think it's going well. Oh, true, Krassal. Yeah. The epidemiology critique. Yeah, prospective cohort studies correlate strongly with RCT outcomes. Yes, that's a good point well made. And let me actually make a note of that. Strongly correlates with RCT outcomes. I mean, my favorite thing about epidemiology, though, is they'll criticize epidemiology and then go straight to mechanism. And it's like, well... So yeah, the main thing I've been saying in this study is we need to start off with the... Pardon me. Start off with the hierarchy of evidence. And maybe that's actually the way to structure it. In my opening statement, I can talk about hierarchy of evidence and then talk about the RCTs and the epidemiology, and then basically predict that the counter evidence is going to be down here. I think that's the way to do it, hey. I might make slides, that's probably the way to go. No long-term data for TV, yep. So stronger lipid benefits than pea soy ones in sensitivity analyses. Broader reviews on meat substitution. Support replacing red processed meat with plant foods with lower CVD2 risk. Broader reviews on meat substitution, not PBM. Okay, alright. Well, that's still relevant. So, yeah, okay, let's have a look at that. Are there any other systematic reviews or meta-analyses on this topic? I feel like I thought that Matthew Nagra had one. I could be wrong though. Oh yes, there are a few others. Alright, good. Well, tell me about them then. Plant maybe some meat analogues and their effect on cardiovascular risk factors. Oh, there's fucking loads of them. Swap meat. This is not a systematic review, but okay. Substitution of animal-based with plant-based foods and cardiovascular. That could be a review. Critical reviews, yeah, probably is. Broader meta-analysis, not PBMA exclusive. Placing red processed meat with nuts, legumes, whole grains, reduced CVD, type 2 diabetes, and mortality risk. PBMA specifically showed limited data. Okay. Oh wait, is this the same one we already looked at? Toe et al. I'm not sure. No significant effects on lipid lipoprotein profile, including LDL cholesterol. Diastolic blood pressure was marked lower in the PBMD group, although nocturnal DBP dip markedly increased in ABMD. Plant-based meat diet, animal-based meat diet, that'll be. It was reduced. Okay, so there's his blood pressure benefits in this study. That's interesting. We didn't get that from the other ones. No effect on cholesterol here, though. Dietary trans fat increase in ABMD. Dietary fiber, sodium, potassium all increase in PBMD. Okay, improved in both groups. No interest in that. Glycemic homeostasis was better regulated ABMD than PBMD groups. Evidence by interstitial glucose time in range. Okay. Alright, we'll note this one for the blood pressure. The animal-based meat diet increased 3%. Plant-based decreased 2.5%. Alright, that's cool. This is also not a review. So I guess... Man, I got so many tabs open now. This is the same as... This is the same as this. Yeah, okay, we'll get rid of that one then. Keep that. That's the same as that. That's the one we're looking at now. Oh, this, okay, alright, fine. This is the other systematic review. Alright, so this is new, and we got worse glycemic homeostasis regulation, but better blood pressure. I'm tempted to only include the reviews though, because this is probably already considered in the reviews, right? I don't know why it gave me all of these if they're not systematic reviews. Wait, what? Is this just wrong? Maybe parallel size right. It describes it here as review 22 RCTs. But this is not what it's saying in the paper. Unless it just has a review as part of the intro. Doesn't look like it. It's making me think I need to check all the other links, you know. They do be getting it wrong sometimes. You gotta be careful. If you pull Saladino, criticize epidemiology and then use epidemiology when it agrees with you, yeah, sounds about right. Someone told me the other day that he gave up his carnivore diet, right? Is that guy? Okay, this is this. We got this, all different. Alright, now we're getting back to the epidemiology over here. Adventist, systematic review. This is the Japan thing. Oh, this is raw milk, Cardiovascular health and cancer. Alright. Okay, alright, well let's add this. Well, there's not a review, but it doesn't seem to be covered in the other sources, the thing about blood pressure at least. 8-week crossover trial found PBMAs associated with 2.6% lower blood pressure. Meat diet associated with 3.1% higher blood pressure, but worse glycemic regulation for PBMAs. Largely confirmed 2024-25 meta-analysis, modest LDL total cholesterol and weight reductions, nulls on BP, glucose, inflammation, all emphasize short-term duration, small n, and need for long-term RCTs. No major new ones post 2025, search up to 26. Didn't provide additional full metas beyond the ones we've already covered. Nutritional profile. Yeah, I mean, we know about that already. I don't need to read about that, I don't think. Broader context of meat substitution. Metas not PBMA specific. Yeah, that's fine. I think we've got that covered. Okay, so these are RCTs then. Maybe we put this at the top so that it follows the structure. And then we've got the epidemiology. And you know what? I'm going to end up doing much more reading and research than I put into slides. But that is, of course, how you want to be, because you want to know beyond what's in your slides. So this is like an additional thing. And then we'll copy over some of the arguments for the animal-based stuff in a second. But let me go ahead and put something on because I'm going to go use the bathroom, so I'll put something on for you guys to watch while I'm gone. Trying to look at one of my videos that I haven't put on recently. How about the chick culling could be good. Yeah, let's do that one. This is Hopium, by the way. This is one of the most. It's called the chick culling video, but it's about technology that can end chick culling. So I'm gonna go use the bathroom quick. Watch this, handsome lad. Objectionable things that we do to farmed animals has to be chick culling. Each year, the egg industry kills billions of newly born chicks who are male because they can't lay eggs. But now, a new technology is about to change the game in the egg industry and prevent this grisly fate for billions of day-old chicks. If you had to invent the perfectly evil action, what would you come up with? Let's think about some features that such an action might have. Well, you'd probably want extreme pain and suffering, completely innocent victims, perpetration on a mass scale, and no good justification. Essentially, we're talking about something approximating a vast machine for torturing billions of innocent beings for no good reason. But what if the victims look like this? That's right, these guys are the victims of the real-life machine that I'm talking about. Egg-laying hens are bred differently from so-called broiler chickens, so these chicks are not optimized to be grown for meat. We take them at a day old, these tiny little fluffy defenseless guys, we put them either in a gas chamber or in a shredder. Farmed animals are subjected to all kinds of unnecessary suffering, from painful mutilations to entrapment in small cages. Around the world, over 90% of farmed animals are reared on industrial factory farms, where we know that animal welfare is not always a priority. But when future societies look back at how our society treated farmed animals, I think that chick culling is going to be one of our most embarrassing memories. Even today, most people find this to be unacceptable. Various different surveys put the number of people saying chick culling is unacceptable at upwards of 80%. The problem is that most people have no idea it's going on. One survey found that just 11% of people correctly answered what happens to male chicks in the egg industry. Well, there's good news. We are on the precipice of ending this practice once and for all, thanks to a new technology called in ovo sexing. In ovo sexing is a technology which allows egg producers to identify which eggs are going to hatch into male chicks and terminate them before they hatch. Importantly, this can be done before the embryo develops into a chick with the capacity to feel pain. Scientific evidence suggests that the capacity to feel pain develops at around day 13 out of 21 of the incubation process, so any termination that happens before that time is happening to an embryo with no capacity to feel it. There's currently 3 main ways to determine the sex of a chick in ovo. The first is an imaging technique, which looks through the egg to determine the chick's sex based on colour cues or by looking at their bits. Secondly, it can be done based on an analysis of liquid taken through a tiny hole made in the egg shell. And third, male chicks can be genetically edited to carry genetic markers, which makes them very easy to identify. Since only the males carry this marker, the female hens and also the eggs which people eat are still non-GM. So it looks like we have the technology to actually stop male chicks from being born and immediately fed into shredders. But is this something that the industry is really going to adopt? All of this sounds expensive, and the industry doesn't have a great track record of spending money to improve animal welfare. Well, there's more good news there. The price premium on eggs produced using in ovo sexing, so-called no-kill eggs, is less than 1 cent per egg. Yep, you heard that right. This cutting-edge technology, which can take a picture through an eggshell of an embryo's gonads, costs less than 1 cent per egg. How is this not too good to be true? Well, there's 2 main reasons. First, the average laying hen lays about 400 eggs over the course of her lifetime. So any increase in the cost of producing the laying hens is effectively diluted over 400 eggs. Second, this technology actually makes things more efficient for hatcheries. These facilities have limited space in their incubators, and they don't want to spend 3 weeks worth of time and energy and space on an egg that turns out to be worthless. This could also allow hatcheries to send to farms known female eggs rather than hatched female chicks, meaning that there would be no need to transport newly born chicks. These efficiencies put in ovo sexing in kind of a weird category of interventions which definitely improve farmed animal welfare, but also aren't actively opposed by the animal industry. In fact, there's been pretty rapid adoption of the technology already. In Europe, 20% of egg-laying hens were sexed in ovo as of April 2024. By April 2025, that number had gone up to 28%. In ovo sexing only just arrived in the US in late 2024, but there are already several large stakeholders, including Unilever and Walmart, who have expressed interest in adopting the technology. The egg industry itself is on board too. United Egg Producers have already rolled out in ovo egg certification across the US, and there's interest from major egg producers in Brazil, Mexico, and Chile. There's been significant investment in this technology from governments including Canada, Australia, and Japan, and the government of India has committed to supporting the technology once it becomes available. Consumers are up for it as well. There are surveys showing that around 80% of consumers are interested in buying no-kill eggs in the US, and similar proportions reported in Germany and Brazil. Perhaps this level of consensus shouldn't be too surprising. Again, we are talking here about the end to the mass pointless torture of innocent chicks machine. And if you're vegan, like me, you have to think this is a good thing. Right, guys? I know. These so-called no-kill eggs are not vegan. They are still coming from animals, and there's no guarantee that those animals are treated well. In fact, since in ovo sexing is cheaper to implement than cage-free systems, it's possible that in the future you'll be able to get no-kill eggs, which nevertheless come from battery cages. That said, implementing in ovo sexing is just obviously better than the alternative. Again, chick culling might be one of the worst things that I can possibly imagine. Conveyor belts feeding day-old chicks directly into a shredder. There really is not enough hyperbole to describe how horrible this is. At this point, it bears looking again at that consumer data. Most people said that they're uncomfortable with chick culling, sure. But in the UK, 11% said that they are comfortable with it. In the US, that comfortable number rises to 21%. They think about these innocent chicks being fed directly into a shredder, and they think, yeah, I reckon that's alright. There is something wild going on here. We have about 1 in 9 Brits and about 1 in 5 Americans who are either complete psychopaths or who are in the throes of cognitive dissonance. But here's where it gets interesting. These changes are imminent. Chick culling is on the way out. Sometime in the next couple of decades, the last chick macerating machine will be turned off for good. And we're going to see how that survey data changes when that starts to happen. When we're no longer talking about a practice that's commonplace and that people are implicated in by their own egg consumption, how many of them are going to say, yes, I think chick maceration is okay? I would like to think not that many. One vegan perspective that I definitely disagree with on this topic is that it's somehow bad just to be able to invent our way out of animal suffering. Some vegans will take a view that it's no good just to invent our way out of animal suffering if it avoids people actually having to think about and care about animals. Some might even worry that this kind of technology will lock in a form of speciesism, since it's still exploitation of animals. I think this is wrong-headed for 2 reasons. First, as I just explained, I think this technology actually will change our attitudes towards animals, but that they'll become better, not worse. Once chick maceration is no longer implicated in one's own egg consumption, very few people are going to find it worthwhile defending. But second, it's not actually the thinking about animals that we care about, it's the reduction in animal suffering. We might want people to think about animal suffering instrumentally, so that they then take actions which actually do reduce animal suffering, but even then it's quite difficult to do. If we can reduce the suffering and skip over the part where people have to think about it, it might be easier to achieve, and we can still actually reduce the animal suffering, which is what actually matters here. In my view, us vegans should be some of the loudest to celebrate the huge reduction in animal suffering that is about to occur here. It doesn't mean that vegans can eat no-kill eggs, or that there aren't other problems with the egg industry. What it does mean is that technology can give us a viable path forward to reduce animal suffering on a mass scale. Right now, if you eat eggs, you are paying for day-old male chicks to be fed directly into shredders. Technology is actually going to change that pretty quickly, and within a couple of decades, that won't be the case anymore. If you're part of the 85% who finds it unacceptable to feed day-old male chicks directly into shredders, you might also be part of the 94% who finds it unacceptable to keep chickens in cages the size of an A4 piece of paper. And if you are uncomfortable with both of those things, you might like to think about whether you really need to be using animals for food at all. Instead of just waiting for this particular suffering machine to be turned off, why don't you take your last chance to be a moral leader on this issue and stop paying to put chicks into shredders today? And if you've already stopped paying to put male chicks into shredders, why don't you join me in trying to turn off the rest of the chick shredding machines as efficiently as possible? No-kill eggs are not animal-free, and they're not vegan, but they are going to end the practice of macerating day-old male chicks. And the reduction in needless suffering of innocent animals is going to be enormous, and enormously good. What do you think? I'm sure you'll let me know in the comments. This is Chris Bryant, PhD. Cheers. Well, handsome lad. Good video. Wow, it's amazing the difference in eloquence when you've pre-written and had about 6 takes recording each sentence. So you can speak much more smoothly than you can on the hoof. Yeah, live streaming, very different beast from pre-prepared videos like that. But yeah, obviously, bit of good news there, bit of hopium. Something that is not only cheap to implement, but actually there's going to be economic incentives to implement. It kind of will happen by itself without campaigning. I don't think we're going to see, for example, Fast Action Network doing campaigns on adopting no-kill eggs, because it will just be like it will make sense for the industry to do it by itself, right? Which, by the way, we got to talk about this. There's a little bit of a change in pace from the carnivore debate prep. Let's do. I guess I'll do a little bit more news generally. But we got to talk about this. Food brands break Franken chicken's promise. This is really bad news from the last couple of days. And we'll get into it, but basically there's a few big restaurant chains that had signed up to the Better Chicken commitment, which entails, among other things, phasing out of the fast-growing breeds of chickens, which lead to health problems, whatever kind of housing system that they're in. And those brands have backed out of this commitment. So it's a big shame for the welfare campaigns that we're involved in through Fast Action Network and so on. And yeah, let's take a look. This is talking about the UK, I believe. Certainly these are all things that are in the UK. I guess this is UK only. Well, let's have a look. Burger King, Wagamama, KFC walk out on Better Chicken commitment and set up welfare washing sustainable chicken forum in its place. 8 businesses owning 18 hospitality brands have broken en masse their promise to implement major improvements to chicken welfare in a victory for factory farming. The brands include popular outlets like Nando's, KFC, Wagamama, and Burger King, all of which are withdrawing from the Better Chicken commitment, a policy designed by scientists to relieve the worst forms of suffering experienced by chickens raised for meat. A crucial component of the policy is changing the breed of chicken from overbred, rapid-growing birds dubbed Franken chickens by campaigners to more robust, slower-growing birds shown to dramatically improve the animal's well-being. These companies are instead setting up a new initiative called the Sustainable Chicken Forum, which does not require a change of breed and will rather focus on balancing welfare improvements with environmental impact and consistent supply. So basically they're saying bollocks to the welfare improvements that we were committing to under the Better Chicken Commitment. We'll mention the environmental impact, but really it's about getting cheap prices. So this is obviously hugely disappointing. And I think, I've seen a bit of commentary on this, which is saying things like, this is kind of proof that welfareism doesn't work and that these campaigns don't work and, companies can just break their word and so on. I actually don't think that that's the case. I actually think, if anything, this is proof that welfare campaigns do work when they're implemented effectively and when we can get companies to commit to them and stick to them. Because think about it, from the company's perspective here, they obviously know that there is going to be some pushback and some criticism from the animal welfare community. So they know that there's some cost or some risk to doing this. So therefore they're only going to do it if there's some benefit to them from doing it. They wouldn't sack it off if they didn't have a reason for doing that. And in this case, clearly adopting the Better Chicken Commitment, where you're only going to use chickens from slower growing breeds which have higher welfare, is going to mean that in order to get the same amount of chicken, the chicken has to be farmed for a longer amount of time, right? Or you have to have more of them. And therefore, it's going to be more expensive for you. Whereas if you can use these high-suffering Franken chicken breeds, that's the cheapest way of doing it. And so you're only really going to adopt any kind of resolution to get rid of high-growing Franken chicken breeds if there's pressure on you and you feel like you feel like you have more to lose by not adopting them, right? So this is the point that I'm always making about these welfare campaigns. Yes, improving the welfare of animals that are affected, but also increasing the cost of producing animals, and therefore reducing the number of animals in the system. I think this is pretty good evidence that that's the case. Because these companies have taken the risk, taken the reputational hit of walking away from the Better Chicken Commitment. And the reason for doing that, well, we're going to find out, but I'm going to say it basically comes down to cost. They want to make it cheaper, they want to sell more chicken, so they're going to sack this off. Very disappointing stuff. Claire Williams, campaign manager of the Humane League UK, said, "Let's be crystal clear about why the Sustainable Chicken Forum has been set up. Major food companies with a combined worth of many billions of pounds have decided that their profit margins cannot be threatened. The Better Chicken Commitment was designed by scientists to help animals. The Sustainable Chicken Forum is a welfare-washing PR stunt designed to deflect criticism and let these companies claim they're doing enough." She added, "The result will be the continued use and abuse of hundreds of millions of birds who grew so big so fast that often their legs are racked with lameness, their organs collapse in pain, and their bodies are burned black with excrement." Yeah, that's exactly it. They want to protect their profit margins, and so they've set up some bullshit welfare washing program in order to justify backing out of their commitments on the Better Chicken Commitment. And that's worth noting as well, right? I am not blindly in favor of any kind of welfare programs or commitments. Clearly, some of them are welfare washing. right? Clearly, some of them are just marketing and don't actually have any impact on animal welfare or cost of production, and are just designed to sell more chicken. So I'm not blindly in favor of these kind of programs broadly, but the ones which work do in fact work. And again, you could think about it in the human context, right? If you have people who are being held in prison, there will be some things which you would think, yes, it's well worth ensuring that these people are, have enough room to lie down to sleep, for example, or have enough food that they're not starving to death. And there will be other things which you think, they're really just doing that as like a PR exercise so that people don't criticize the prison too much, but it probably doesn't have that much impact on the welfare of the people there. But imagine you're in the prison. Clearly there's some things which you would really desperately want to be better in your immediate environment, and those things can be better, but they've withdrawn from the Better Chicken commitment. They've set up this bullshit welfare washing sustainable chicken forum. And I have to say, I'm really disappointed. Some of these, KFC and fucking Burger King, well, KFC, I think, is probably the worst reputation here in my mind. KFC, I kind of expect this kind of bullshit from. But Wagamamas? I thought they were woke, man. I thought they were progressive. I thought they were a nice company. I thought they were meant to be leaders on this kind of thing. So to sack off the commitment is really disappointing. But more than that, to do it in a way which is coordinated with other companies, hey, we're all going to sack off this commitment together to kind of dilute the responsibility. And we're also going to come out with some bullshit PR alternative program that basically allows us to carry on factory farming Franken chickens. This is really, really disappointing from these companies. Clearly, the Better Chicken commitment was having an impact on these companies to the extent that they felt the need to take the risk of sacking it off. But this is very troubling stuff. She added, the result will be the continued use and abuse of hundreds of millions of birds who grow so big so fast that they're... Oh, okay, we read this. These companies are suckling animal cruelty in this country. They ought to be ashamed. Yeah, true. The Better Chicken commitment was launched by 10 animal welfare organizations in 2017, with KFC signing up in 2019, Nando's in 2020, and Burger King in 2021. Oh, and here we go. The company's committed to a 2026 deadline. But the companies did nothing to change the breed of their birds in the intervening years, according to the Humane League UK. Chickens are the most farmed... So, they'd committed to a 2026 deadline. Here we are in 2026. Oh, we haven't done the homework. We haven't done the homework, so fucking suck it off. They've just not done anything. They said 7, 6, 5 years ago, yes, we're going to commit to this. We're going to phase out these fast growth Franken chickens by 2026. And then they just did nothing. Chickens are the most farmed land animal in the UK, with 1.1 billion raised and killed for meat every year. The Humane League UK argues that this is an unrivaled crisis in animal cruelty. True. In the British government's animal welfare strategy, they committed to supporting voluntary efforts to move away from the use of fast-growing meat chicken breeds. Yeah, I mean, that's not much of a commitment, really, is it? We support these voluntary efforts. What does that even mean? Why don't we in the UK be like the Chads over in Norway and actually make it illegal to use these fast-growing breeds? We were reading about the absolute Giga Chad Vikings in Norway who have recognized this same problem. You've got these fast-growing Franken-chicken breeds which grow too quickly to be able to support their own weight and so sit in their own shit for most of their lives. And that's going to stay legal here. That's going to stay legal, and companies who have said that they're going to stop doing it are just going to keep doing it. And they're going to come up with some bullshit PR reasons to justify it. Brilliant. Connor Jackson, chief executive of Anima International, said any other explanation is BS. Franken chickens pose the most serious animal problem. Pardon me. Franken chickens pose the most serious animal welfare problem in the UK. These commitments created hope to resolve these issues, and abandoning these commitments is letting down not only millions of animals, but a nation of animal lovers. Their commitments might have disappeared from these companies' websites, but the animal welfare crisis in their supply chain has not gone anywhere. Imagine if that's your job to update that website. You're like the digital comms manager or something for KFC or for Burger King or for Wagamama, and your boss emails you, oh, can you take this commitment off the website? We said we're going to stop using these fast-growing chicken breeds by 2026. Can you take that off the website for me? Get that done this week if you could. Oh, right, great. It's 2026. We've done that now, have we? Just take it off the website, really. Right, but have we done it, though? Well, it's not going to be on the website anymore, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if we've done it. How are people not embarrassed to work for these companies, man? Franken chickens account for over 9 in 10 chickens raised for their meat in the UK. They're bred to grow extremely large, extremely quickly, growing from chick to slaughter weight in just 35 days on average. This unnatural growth rate maximizes profit, but has severe welfare consequences, including muscle diseases, bone deformities, and burns from lying in their own waste. Williams added businesses should never be allowed to self-regulate, particularly in matters as vital as the treatment of sentient beings. It's foxes guarding the chicken coop. Yeah, that's a nice analogy to use here. This cartel of cruelty has completely shirked their duty to animals and are patting themselves on the back about it. It is a massive backslide for animal welfare and a tragic victory for factory farming. Lindsay Duncan, the UK farming manager at World Animal Protection, added, we fear this new sustainable chicken forum will make little improvements for the millions of chickens cruelly confined on industrial farms. The science-backed Better Chicken commitment addressed the fundamental issues in chicken welfare by moving away from fast-growing breeds. 95% of UK chickens are bred to grow so quickly on industrial farms they can barely support their own body weight. This causes immense suffering. If the industry does not move away from using these breeds, this cruelty will only continue. The backtracking of huge industry players shows a lack of responsibility and commitment to addressing the deeply cruel and harmful practices within their supply chain. It clearly shows that the industry won't move forward without proper regulation. The UK government must now act by banning fast-growing chicken breeds and stopping the expansion of industrial chicken units across the UK. The Ecologist has contacted Nando's, KFC, Wagamama and Burger King for comment. Alan Simpson, the chief executive of UK Hospitality, said consumer demand for chicken continues to soar. This demand comes at a time of acute chicken supply pressures, and operators rightly have to ensure consistent and secure supply chains while continuing to improve welfare standards and cut their environmental impact. Any evidence that they are continuing to improve welfare standards? Imagine being Alan Simpson and your job is now to go get sent out and talk to the media and just obfuscate on this issue and say that we're cutting environmental impact. We're going to keep on using the chickens that grow so quickly that they can't support their own weight, and so they spend most of their lives shitting in their own shit. So, Alan, would you just go and say some bullshit about environmental impacts? Cheers. Shame on these people. I think that this is evidence that this kind of commitment has an impact for animals if we can get organizations to stick to it. And given that they had at least 5 years, the companies mentioned here, from making the commitment to the deadline and did nothing to actually advance that goal, yeah, I think this needs to be regulated now. The UK needs to follow Norway and actually ban these fast-growing chickens. And that way we can't have liars in the industry like Nando's, KFC, Wagamama, and Burger King. Liars just worm their way out of their commitments that they've made. And we'll need to keep up the pressure on this. Vegan 2.0s need to keep up the pressure on this issue. They can get away with it scot-free if there is not an army of animal activists holding them to account and shaming the people responsible. It is shameful, and they should be shamed. They've backed out of this commitment, they've completely wormed away from it, and they've set up some bullshit welfare washing alternative. Embarrassing and shameful. The UK is getting rid of cages for egg-laying chickens, as we know. I'll put the link to this consultation response in chat one more time. So the UK is getting rid of cages for laying hens if we can stop the industry being able to worm out of this as well. Right, and we're doing it at the level of government policy. They're going to be banned. Some people are still using eggs, even though everyone says it's not okay. Sorry. It's banned now. And we need to do the same for the fast-growing chickens. So, obviously very disappointing, shocking, shameful stuff for Nando's, KFC, Wagamama, and Burger King. Shameful, shameful stuff. And underlines the need for the government to step in here. The government's committed to supporting voluntary programs. What does that mean? That doesn't mean anything. We need to ban this. And look, there are some of these programs, the Sustainable Chicken Forum, which is going to do absolutely nothing. Red Tractor, that's another UK label, which does absolutely nothing. If you look at the requirements for getting a Red Tractor approval, they're literally the same as the minimum legal standards. It'd be like if I said, hey, my company's going to commit to this fair pay initiative. We've got the fair pay initiative badge, we got the sticker, we bang on about it on our website, and it just means that we're going to pay the legal minimum wage, which everyone has to do, actually. So there are schemes like Red Tractor and like the Sustainable Chicken Forum, which are just complete bollocks and don't do anything to help animals and do only serve to make consumers feel better about paying for factory farming. And there are other schemes like the Better Chicken Commitment and like Cage-Free Commitments, which do have a real impact for animal welfare for the animals who are raised in these systems, and they also are likely to reduce the number of animals raised in these systems. So for vegans who are skeptical of these welfare campaigns, you know, I'd like to know another reason why these companies would be walking out on it if it wasn't imposing some kind of costs on them. Shameful, shameful stuff for these companies. Ah. Well, sorry to give you a little bit of bad vibes there, but I felt that's important to cover. A couple of people had sent that to me. Let's have some good news, shall we? Let's have a little bit of hopium to bring the spirits back up. Cultivated Meat Outlook. Here we go. This is the real fast-growing chicken, guys. You think it's good having fast-growing chicken breeds that are ready for slaughter in 35 days? How about cultivated meat that's ready in a week and can produce a ton? All right, Cultivated Meat Outlook. 10 leading CEOs lay out their challenges and plans for 2026. Geez, I hope this is hopium. Ooh, it's kind of long. Am I going to read all this now? Yeah, I guess I am going to. All right, come on, let's commit. Cultivated Meat is at a critical juncture with investment at a 7-year low and the closure of several pioneering startups. Now, some of the leading players speak to Green Queen about their plans for 2026 and the industry's future. The cultivated protein sector is entering a more demanding phase as capital is much more selective, says Lou Cooperhouse, founder and CEO of US cultivated seafood startup Blue Nalu. In 2021, at the height of its popularity, the sector pulled in $1.8 billion in funding, and its star had never been higher. Things, however, unraveled quickly. Last year, cultivated meat companies only managed to raise $74 million. That's a 96% decline in 4 years, and the lowest total since 2018. These fundraising challenges caused the closure of some leading industry players, including Believer Meats, which had secured both FDA and USDA approval to sell cultivated chicken, and Meatable. Others, like Uncommon Bio and Upside Foods, either divested or diversified from cultivated meat to focus on the medtech and life sciences sector. Investors have given cultivated meat companies a brutal reality check, but those still standing continue to be optimistic, if not bullish, about their prospects. The promise of the technology, they say, remains as strong as ever. The companies that will succeed are those that demonstrate culinary quality, a short-term pathway to both scalability and profitability, and products that can demonstrate a significant value proposition and market fit, argues Cooperhouse. Well, there's the investment landscape, looking a little grim. But hey, look at this. We actually had an increase for plant-based investment last year. A decent increase as well. So maybe some of these are bouncing back. Look at that, was higher for fermentation in 24 versus 23 as well. He's one of 10 Cultivated Meat CEOs who spoke to Green Queen about their company's plans for 2026 and their outlook on the industry's future. I see the defining work of this next chapter as moving cultivated meat out of the headlines and into people's hands, says Uma Valetti, co-founder and CEO of Upside Foods. We've spent years providing the fundamentals of science, safety, and regulatory pathways, which was a formidable and necessary stage in this pioneering field. He adds, now the measure of progress is executing on scale so that customers can experience and love these products. Let me go ahead and change the stream title real quick. I've still got on debate prep, which I guess, yeah, we'll see if I'm done with that. Funding and scale-up remain cultivated meat's top barriers. The biggest challenges facing the industry this year are scaling and funding, and the two are inseparable, asserts Max Jamili, co-founder and CEO of London-based Hoxton Farms, which is focusing on pork fat for hybrid meat. He argues that the companies that recently shut down didn't do so because the science failed, but because their business and manufacturing models didn't translate to scalable, capital-efficient production in a tougher funding landscape. As a result, investors are rightly focused on manufacturing economics, regulatory realism, and time to market, which is a healthy correction for the sector, he says. Didier Toubier, co-founder and CEO of Israeli cultivated beef maker Aleph Farms, concurs. He believes efficient scale-up and attracting the right kind of capital are the sector's major battles. Those are interesting. So the guy from Hoxton Farms is saying that the companies that have shut down, it wasn't an indication that their scientific process wasn't working. It was more to do with their business models. And this is especially interesting because clearly amongst those companies have been some which have made significant progress on the science. And so they've not shut down because the science wasn't good. So but to the extent their science was good, that science now exists and it's been done. You can take that to the bank. There's no undoing that, right? That's written down. There's patents that exist. They might be acquired by other companies, or better yet, by NGOs, like GFI, for example, who can then make those patents available more broadly. So it could be the case that some of the hard science for getting cultivated meat right is kind of released when these companies collapse. And that might serve to speed up progress in the field overall. The industry has moved past its early hype cycle and is now judged on execution, risk management, and consumer relevance rather than vision alone, he says. Companies that succeed will be those that demonstrate the right product strategy, operational discipline, credible and transparent profitability pathways, and strong partnerships across the value chain. While political pressure and public perceptions do matter, Jamili reiterates the importance of showing that you can make cultivated meat tasty, wallet-friendly, and at scale. The way forward is to design for scale from day one, focus on high-impact, low-inclusion ingredients, build cost-efficient bioprocesses, and work closely with regulators and customers, he suggests. Companies that pair delicious products with feasible economics and a clear path to revenue will continue to attract capital and move the industry forward. Naya Gupta, co-founder and CEO of Fork & Good, believes scaling up in a cost-efficient manner requires both technological innovation and infrastructure development. If you're in food, you have to be pragmatic and operate lean, she says. Most cultivated meat companies are fundraising. Most of the companies Green Queen spoke to for this story explicitly stated that they are fundraising this year. We're always evaluating opportunities to bring on strategic investors who align with our mission, says Gupta. In the current environment, capital needs to be focused on proving the path to revenue, particularly to support commercialization, partner deployments, and licensing, she adds. Harsh Amin, co-founder and CEO of UK-based Ivy Farm Technologies, confirms his startup is raising capital to accelerate its scale-up and commercial launch. We're tantalizingly close to key cost-down and scale milestones. the inflection point where cultivated meat moves from promising to commercially viable, he says. Combining technical process with disciplined commercial execution will be the key to success for the industry, which needs investors who understand that this mission-critical infrastructure for the future food system, not a short-term bet. Blue Nalu, which closed an $11 million round in December, will also continue to raise money to prove the marketability, scalability, and profitability of our business. Additional capital will support the next phase of the business, scaling production capacity, supporting commercialization with partners, and advancing regulatory pathways in key markets over time, says Cooper House. It's a Blue Nalu product. I've been kind of skipping over the pictures, hey. Well, that's fucking good. That's Aleph Farms. That's cultivated meat. Look at that. Japan's Integriculture, which broke even last year with a profit of $300,000, is expecting to close its next round of funding in March to April, followed by a second close in May to June. Wow. I didn't even know. Ah, I've met this guy. Full year profitability driven by cellular agriculture, infrastructure, and products. Well, good for them. And one of the first in the sector to break even. Fucking hell, that's awesome. Total amount is 3 to 4 million to be allocated for business development and sales efforts, reveals co-founder and CEO Yuki Hanyu. I could call this use of funds as scaling, but not in the sense of building bigger bioreactors. Wildtype and Mission Barnes, two startups that began selling their salmon and pork products in the US last year, respectively, say they're raising money too. The latter's CEO, Cecilia Chang, suggests its effort will be focusing on scale-up and bringing our products to market. With our partners. Yeah, so a lot of them are mentioning partners. I mentioned this the other day, that cultivated meat companies often started out imagining themselves as consumer brands and have generally now moved towards ingredient suppliers, basically. Aleph Farm secured $29 million from a safe conversion and the first close of a new round in 2025, with further investment expected soon. Given the sector's shift towards capital discipline and fundamentals, we are focused on strategic capital that supports commercialization and expansion through long-term partnerships and infrastructure-like models, rather than headline valuations, says Tubia. Investors are increasingly valuing lean companies that can balance differentiated technology, regulatory preparedness, and clear profitability pathways supported by credible unit economic analysis, he adds. In China, Joe's Future Food has also devised a financing plan for this year, following the construction of the country's largest cultivated meat pilot plant. Expectation, validation, demand, and regulation, the other major challenges. Funding is obviously a major challenge for the cultivated meat space right now, but we see that as a downstream of a few more fundamental issues, suggests Mission Barnes' Chang. The biggest challenges are demonstrating clear demand for cultivated meat and fat and proving that we can achieve profitable unit economics at scale. If the industry can build stronger conviction around those 2 points, we believe capital will follow, she says. Falcon Goods Gupta feels that the real problem isn't technology but market validation. The industry has yet to demonstrate the clear value proposition and corresponding willingness to pay of customers at scale. The way forward is to move away from if we build it, they will come, and more on commercial proof, paid partnerships, real offtakes, and integration into existing food supply chains. For some, expectation setting is a more pressing issue. As a first-of-its-kind sector, some companies will succeed and others will pivot or consolidate. The risk is that individual setbacks are misread as systemic failure, says Omin from Ivy Farm Technologies. Yeah, that's exactly what I've been saying. This is what I was saying to Alex Shrazi the other day. Like, I'm not that concerned to see some number of cultivated meat companies shutting down or not making it. Because that is just entirely expected in a new field where the science is developing and there's dozens of different startups competing to have the best way to do it. Right, how many internet companies failed while the internet was on the way to becoming huge? So yeah, individual setbacks being misread as systemic failure, I think that's a great way of putting that. Clear communication is critical. Cultivated meat is a long game, but it's a necessary one. Global beef demand continues to rise, projected to increase by 10 to 15% by 2030, while land, water, and climate constraints tighten. The status quo simply doesn't scale, he outlines. For us specifically, the challenges are regulatory timelines and a tougher funding environment. On the positive side, we're consistently hitting taste and cost down targets. The next step is getting real product into people's hands through chefs' menus and commercial partners who know how to excite consumers. Despite the obstacles being culture and geography specific, the root of it all is the limited availability of products on the market, according to Agriculture's Hanyu. As long as cellular agriculture remains capex intensive, this is very difficult to solve. To shrink the capex, we need lots of engineering R&D and rapid prototyping, he says. Then soon we would probably start to see a competition over who has accumulated operational excellence the most. Yeah, so I mean, part of this is competition for funding, right? So there will be winners and losers in that. There will be some companies that don't make it. That is like an inevitable part of progress, right? And especially in new industries like this. Ding Shiji, co-founder and CEO of Joe's Future Food, believes that the most daunting challenge for companies in this space is survival. Even if the regulations are passed, it does not mean that commercial sales can be carried out. To overcome this, I believe more cooperation is needed, he says. On the one hand, enterprises themselves need to better refine their technologies and form competitive technical routes. On the other hand, the industry should share more of the know-how from the regulations and cooperate to establish concepts such as low-cost culture media, reactors, and factory designs so as to truly promote the industry towards industrialization. Which companies can sell cultivated meat so far? Wow, 12, really? Oh, okay, there's some for... Oh, wow, okay, that is clearance. That's more than I thought. Banging. Okay, let's see. So far, 12 active companies have received some form of regulatory clearance to sell cultivated meat for either humans or pets, spanning 6 countries plus the EU. Eat Just Good Meat, Upside Foods, Wild Type, and Mission Barns can all sell their products in the US, while Good Meat, Vow, Parima, and Friends and Family Pet Food Co. have received the green light in Singapore. Okay, I haven't heard of that one. Vow has also approval to sell in Australia and New Zealand, Aleph Farms in Israel, and Meatly in the UK. Well, there you go. That's another one to be aware of for those interested in the pet food sector. Family and Friends Pet Food Co. in Singapore. Or, well, that's where they have approval. Is that where they're from? I guess it doesn't say where they're from necessarily. Meanwhile, Bene Meat Technologies, BioCraft Pet Nutrition, and Umami Bioworks have all registered their cultivated meat products as feed materials in the EU, allowing them to sell their innovations as pet food ingredients. Wow, okay. I didn't know that either, you know. So there's now 5 companies. There's now 5 different companies that can sell cultivated meat as pet food. And there's a further 10 that can sell cultivated meat. Period. Several of them in the US, several in Singapore, one in Israel, one in Australia and New Zealand. So it's kicking off. It's getting there. It's really getting there. Aleph Farms also awaiting clearance in Singapore, Switzerland, the UK, and Thailand, and has the UAE and the EU in its sights too. Mission Barnes may prioritize additional international regulatory approvals, but it's currently focused on the US, and Wildtype says it will continue to work with regulators in a number of countries to expand distribution. Will 2026 bring in more regulatory approvals for cultivated meat? I think so. Many others are waiting in the wings. Blue Nalu is in the final stages of the FDA pre-market consultation process, which is required prior to commercial sale in the US. It's also engaging with regulators in Singapore and other Asia-Pacific nations, the UK and the Middle East. Our approach is phased, entering the market, learning from early commercialization, and expanding geographically as additional regulatory approvals are secured, says CEO Cooperhouse. Regulatory timelines ultimately rest with authorities, but we prioritize transparency, data rigor, and constructive engagement throughout the process. Hoxton Farms has filed in Singapore and as part of the UK's Cultivated Meat Sandbox program expects to submit its full dossier in its home country soon. The sandbox has been extremely constructive and has helped clarify requirements well ahead of submission, says Jamili. We're planning filings in the US and selected Asian markets with established cultivated meat regulatory frameworks, including Japan, Thailand, South Korea, and potentially Hong Kong, he outlines, suggesting that the focus is on jurisdictions that offer clarity, collaboration, and predictability. We currently sell our products to customers for R&D purposes and expect to be in a position to sell commercially from early 2027. It's really getting there, guys. We are in the transition right now. I didn't realize there's already a dozen companies that are approved to sell cultivated meat worldwide. Well, and this is actually also not including these ones which are cleared to sell as pet food in the EU as well. So this is, I guess, 15 total. And I guess at least a few others just waiting in the wings. Its compatriot Ivy Farm Technologies submitted dossiers in the US, the UK, and Singapore. We recognise that regulators are under immense pressure to get this right, and we respect the rigour required to bring a truly novel food category to market safely, as CEO Amin notes. At the same time, speed matters. Every year of delay increases the risk that well-intentioned, science-backed startups run out of capital before consumers ever get the chance to try the product. Continued collaboration between regulators and industry will be essential to ensure innovation reaches the market responsibly and in time. Fork and Good is actively engaged with regulators in markets with clear regulatory pathways and strong commercial pull. We pursue regulatory approvals where we already see concrete consumer demand. While regulatory timelines are inherently difficult to predict, we expect meaningful progress in select markets over the next 12 to 24 months, says co-founder and COO Patricia Bubner. In Asia, Joe's Future Food expects to obtain approval in Singapore this year. The plan is to complete the applications for Australia, the United States, and Europe by 2026, adds Shiji. Wow, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more mentioned. 15 already approved for sale to humans or pets. And at least 5 more who are like ready to go and expect to get there in the next couple of years. This is crazy progress. This is honestly way more than I was expecting. For Integriculture, cultivated meat products aren't its main revenue focus. It's primarily spotlighting its cosmetics business, so regulation isn't a critical issue. Yet it is still important, as our cell ag infrastructure products need credibility and validation, says Han Yu, who is eyeing approval for a cultivated duck, mainly as a validation for the firm's process, materials, and equipment. We're planning to submit a dossier right away for our craft Essen cell-cultured primary duck liver cells grown on edible scaffold in a packed bed bioreactor using zero insulin, transferrin, growth factors, or anything that looks like biopharma when listed on a food label, he adds. We're also thinking of submitting in other jurisdictions. Collaboration is the name of the game. For several of the startups Green Queen interviewed, the chief focus for 2026 was deepening commercial partnerships. Developing infrastructure and operating lean don't sound like they go hand in hand, which is why collaboration is no longer a nice to have, it's a necessity, explains Gupta from Fork and Good. The companies with the best ecosystem of partners will have the best chance of pulling off the jump to commercialization. That's why the New Jersey startup will focus on fostering strategic partnerships like its recent deal with Nutreco and Extracellular, which will help us to get to cost-efficient process at scale, according to co-founder Gabor Forgax. The team is working to demonstrate real market validation for cultivated beef and pork. That means converting our technology into repeatable commercial demand beyond the revenue-generating joint development and offtake arrangement we already have across the globe, says Gupta. Likewise, Hoxton Farms will focus on bolstering its commercial partnerships with food manufacturers globally while improving its unit economics. 2026-27 is when Hoxton Farms transitions into a scalable revenue-generating business by embedding our product into real customer pipelines, says Jamili, its CEO. We're building on strong technical progress, a de-risked regulatory path, and clear evidence of customer demand. For Ivy Farm Technologies, 2026 is a pivotal year on a commercial level. Our priority is building deep commercial partnerships that translate our technology into products consumers genuinely want to eat, says Amin. This year is about preparing to launch our cultivated beef expertly, ensuring taste, real cost, nutrition, safety, and storytelling align so we build long-term trust with consumers and partners alike. Partnerships are a focus for Joe's Future Food too. We'll collaborate with some suppliers of growth medium raw materials to establish specific raw material standards for cultured meat, says CEO Shiji. We need to reduce our production costs to 100 to 500 yen per kilograms. At Integriculture, normalization is the overarching goal for the year. Hanyu notes that the startup's profitability was thanks to one-off factors like a government grant, and it's aiming to turn a positive net profit without this by 2028. Then we can say that we and cellular agriculture have reached real viability. Leading startups target cultivated meat launches in 2026. All right, what are we getting this year then, lads? Let's see. Blue Nalu's Cooper House highlights how the company's primary goal for this year is disciplined execution. That means entering the market with our cultivated bluefin tuna Toro and scaling production in a measured, capital-efficient way, he says. In the near term, we'll be focused on finalizing our US regulatory process, entering the market, and learning from our initial launch partners, the CEO adds. The startup will also build on its consumer research, which shows strong receptivity to its tuna, with real-world product performance and acceptance data. We've also developed our plans for expanded commercialization activities, and we'll use our initial market learnings to support a thoughtful and meaningful business expansion. In parallel, we're advancing regulatory pathways in additional key markets to enable thoughtful geographic expansion over time, Cooper House states. Blue Nalu's strategy echoes with Aleph Farm's focus on disciplined commercialization based on years of production enhancement and product fit validation via commercial agreements. We now have built operational foundations needed towards profitable and sustainable growth through concrete regional partnerships and production frameworks, says Dubia. That means executing our asset-light approach and strengthening regional engagement in markets like Southeast Asia, Switzerland, and beyond. It's about delivering on cultivated meat's promise with realistic, lean, and capital-efficient execution informed by rigorous technical, market, and economic validation. In short, building a successful and healthy business, he adds. We're also actively looking at external growth opportunities as we believe Aleph Farms could play the role of an aggregator in this manufacturing and consolidating ecosystem. Mission Barnes is also doubling down on product launches with B2B partners who will use its Mission Fat to create hybrid meat offerings. In parallel, we're focused on continuing to scale production and drive costs down, which is critical for making cultivated fat commercially viable across more use cases, says Chang. Wildtype co-founder and CEO Justin Colbeck reveals that its salmon has been available for purchase every week since its FDA approval in May. This year, the company has one primary goal: get its product on as many consumer plates as possible. We've recently made a few major efficiency improvements and are ready to serve new customers. We expect to go through growing pains as we continue to scale up and reach new customer segments, says Colbeck. Reflecting on the industry's 2026 challenges, Upside Foods Valetti notes, as the saying goes about sausage making, the pioneering work isn't always pretty. It requires tightening focus and some consolidation. What do they say about sausage making? It must be a different saying. This is the roller coaster every transformative industry must ride as it moves from can it exist to can it last. I'm more optimistic than ever because we've crossed the threshold from science fiction to reality, and the next chapter is launching beloved products at scale. Val and Parima declined to be interviewed at this time. Eat Just, Clever Carnivore, Super Meat, Umami Bioworks, and Mosa Meat did not respond to Green Queen's request for comment. Wow, yeah, okay, so this kind of passed me by, but yeah, a lot of the biggest and most promising cultivated meat companies actually weren't even part of this article. Many of those that were are eyeing product launches and expansions in 2026. And there's actually already 15 cultivated meat companies with products approved for sale around the world. So, you know, you read a lot about the headwinds for the industry and the challenges and the tightening capital and so on, but cultivated meat is really getting there now. We are at the inflection point. Products are on sale. There's more than a dozen companies that have been approved. There's several more waiting in the wings that expect to get approval very soon. And as we've seen, they're constantly smashing through what were previously thought to be insurmountable barriers. Yeah, true, Poe. That's it's such opium, isn't it? I really think we're going to get there with cultivated meat. I mean, we are there to some extent already, right? And now this is talking about it needs to scale up and get prices down and so on. But there was a time when it was thought to be impossible. And now it's been done by more than a dozen companies, with another half a dozen ready to go this year. It's moving very quickly. And yeah, I liked what the person said about not being put off or disheartened by individual companies struggling or going broke even. Again, the animal industries are going to want to amplify that news as much as possible, so as to give the idea that it's not possible to get there and scare off investors in their competition. But then, when you read a bit about it, you realize it really is already there. So there we go. Well, guys, I'm going to leave it there. We did 5 hours today. Not bad at all. Feeling good about the debate prep for Tuesday. I've got a much more structured idea and detailed findings to cite for the case for plant-based diets, and I will most likely stream tomorrow, and among other things, just organize my notes on the animal-based diets. We've already done a bit of research on the relevant points here, but we'll just get them into a bit more structure, put some citations and so on, and maybe make some slides as well. And then Tuesday is going to be fight night. Tuesday evening, 8 p.m, so it's 2 hours after now, for the purposes of different time zone people who are watching. Yeah, I hope so, Poe. There seems to be a decent spread across different species, actually, based on this. There's a good few chicken ones in that table. And fish as well. And chicken, beef, quail, chicken, salmon, poultry, pork. So yeah, pretty much all the species are getting there. All the species are getting there. We've got chicken and beef and pork and fish. And actually chicken seems to be the most common. So yeah, we're really getting there. Right, guys, thanks so much for watching. I appreciate all of your input in chat and throughout, and helping with the debate prep and everything else. We got this. We got this. We're going to have a good debate on Tuesday. There's a bunch more sources that we didn't get to today, but I think we had a pretty good time. So thank you again for watching. I appreciate you being here. And I'll catch you guys next stream. Cheers.